Dawn of the final day, less than 4 hours remain. 18 teams worldwide have already secured plane tickets to Montreal, and today we send the 19th to the Great White North. On one side, an upstart long shot upsetting opponents left and right. On the other, the current dynasty hungry for yet another crown. Will the current world champs keep that land streak going, or will this LCQ be nothing but back-to-back-to-back upsets? I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside Fast Dan Jansen. This wasn't the grand final that we were expecting coming into the LCQ, but it's the one that we got, and I'm super excited for it.
Oh, I'm happy with it. I mean, an upset story is always an exciting one within Rainbow Six Siege. But yeah, I think if you would have asked me at the beginning of this LCQ, I'd have probably guessed Furia to be in the finals, and maybe a team like NIP or E1, given their performances at recent majors. But yeah, the fact that Black Dragons made it and the way that they made it as well, it just seems so convincing. So we can only wait and see what else they can do today.
We had some ideas on what both sides of the bracket were going to look like. One side basically went as expected. Furia clocking over both Elevate Academy and Fluxo to get to the grand final. The only strange thing being that they lost one map on the way to getting there, given the competition. But the opposite side was a question between E1 and NIP. Which between the two of them had the best chance? The answer ended up being NIP, but both of them were knocked out in the first round, and Black Dragons has yet to lose a single map coming through this bracket. They now become champions from the opposite side, and all they have to do is win one best of 3 to go back to their first LAN in 2 years, Anne.
Yeah, and to think that the only thing that they got in group stage for themselves was one overtime. They didn't even get a single victory in that group stage, finished all the way at the very bottom of the table. So seeing them now go up against the former world champions who also have to defend their streak of making it to international events, it's just such a storied grand final for LCQ. But whatever happens, it's a great storyline for any team.
To go over both of those semifinals from yesterday, Furia, we were still trying to figure out how they were going to recover from almost getting knocked to the curb by Elevate Academy, but instead they have their matchup against Fluxo yesterday, and things were considerably more normal as far as we're concerned for them. A quick 2-0, didn't really have any doubts that everybody was back in the lobby at the right time. We can show the highlights from that game yesterday as well. They played exactly the way we expect a Furia under pressure to play, which is like one of the best teams in the world, and they showcased it here.
Well, under pressure might just even be underestimating it, what is going on here, right? Because they lost that major qualification game where they expected to win, were knocked down to the LCQ, almost lost to Elevate Academy, and had to really come back here. This looked way better, way more dominant from the side of Furia. I think all players individually were popping off. They really understand what was necessary to play against a team like Fluxo. You're seeing it in the top left of the screen, the blitz ban. It worked very effective to ensure that Fluxo couldn't go crazy with the shields. I mean, we're seeing it here from Mitrix, but we saw those Furia players just make sure they eliminated everyone that was around the shields on the side of Fluxo, and yeah, it really helped them to set themselves apart with this 2-0 here.
We zoned in really heavily on that Shields narrative about whether Furia were going to look into what Fluxo were doing. The ultimate answer was, yeah, they did, but not in the way that anybody was really expecting. Shields were a non-factor in this matchup, not just because they were banned out for the majority of the series, but because Fluxo didn't have a good plan to use it against a team like Furia with B plan, C plan, D plan. There's always somebody around a corner where you least expect it, and there was not an opportunity for Fluxo to come back in this matchup. But for Furia, it does prove that even though they had a slow start against Elevate Academy, everyone fired on all cylinders from the get-go. There wasn't a player who was behind the sticks, so to speak. Fellapox is doing phenomenally through 2 series where we usually expect a guy like KZ or Herds to step up. Herds did. He was our MVP from yesterday, but KZ didn't have to perform up to the same level we expect because Fellapox was right there waiting in the wings, riding momentum from day 1 into day 3, and just proving why Furia continuing to showcase why they've got this 6th gear. No one else is capable of coming back under pressure and performing in high-stakes scenarios like this team, and yes, yesterday was just another example of why they can prove it.
Yeah, it was a very solid example, like you said, and it's good that you talk about KZ because he has been on the lower side of ratings for this roster, which is something you don't expect from his roster when you look at the individual names. But the fact that everyone around him really is stepping up and showing up, a player like Nate, for example, has been somewhat hot, has been somewhat cold this stage, but yesterday definitely showed up the way we wanted him to do so. It kind of allows KZ to step back a little bit and not have to really rely on a player like that.
7-3 on Chalet, 7-2 on Cafe. So if Black Dragons take anything away from that game, avoid both those maps like the plague. There is nothing to be gained from playing Furia on either of those based on how they... I mean, you could say Fluxo and BD coming into the stage were relatively on the same playing field. Fluxo only had one win in the regular stage. BD had none. So if you were to look at that team and how fast they got trounced, maybe look for anything else that Black Dragons can use in this matchup other than those two maps in this case. Herds and Fellapox number 2 and number 3 rated overall in the LCQ, but there is a guy on Black Dragons who is just behind them. So let's talk about Furia's opponents, the ever upstarts, a team that again did not win a single map over the course of the regular stage, has suddenly remembered what it's like to win at the perfect moment, and now they're in the grand finals.
Yeah, that one player that you mentioned that is just below them is, of course, Veto. We saw him be the MVP for yesterday's game, and I think the big trend with the game from Black Dragons yesterday was that they played onto pretty defensive favored maps. We saw a consulate, we saw a lair, and the key we set for this match was whichever team wins more attacks is eventually going to win out this matchup. Now we saw a 4-2 split on defense on the consulate. On lair, it looked so much better for the side of Black Dragons. There was very little shield use in that game, which I guess kind of surprises us given the current meta that we find ourselves in. The blitz play just wasn't really effective from either side that we saw here until we got on that layer, because the awesome play that Black Dragons used in that map still stands out to me. The way they had their communication covered on attack, whereas they had all the angles covered, they had the verticals covered, which were necessary for the plan, and they had their post plans on lockdown. That really helped Black Dragons winning out in specific rounds on that map. So I guess we can call it an upset again, the fact that they won any series in this LCQ to begin with, but how they've been doing it. A 2-0 and a 2-0, it shows a dominance, and it shows that they come alive at the perfect time in the stage.
Yeah, every map, save one for Black Dragons through this LCQ run, has been close, 7-4 or closer. They had a 7-1 victory over E1, and they're hoping that they can replicate that sort of performance here. But Consulate and Lair, now 2 maps through the LCQ that Black Dragons have showcased some proficiency on, and they knew their defenses were strong enough to get them through. They used their timeouts perfectly to get those very few attacks that they needed, and that was just enough. But our question is, will the limited number of attacks that they had to win, can they win any more against a much better defensive team in Furia? Because only getting 2 attacks on 2 maps yesterday was enough to push them through a team that has not been at peak form for quite some time in Keed Stars, but Furia are not the same opponent, so they'll need to do a lot more in this matchup if they want to have a shot at LAN. But like I mentioned, both Herds and Fellapox, number 2 and number 3 rated in the LCQ. You want to guess who's number 4? That's right, Gudo. Absolutely no one else could stand out on this team if it wasn't for him. He had a phenomenal performance yesterday to push them over the finish line, but I'm also curious about whether Black Dragons are going to really heavily lean on him in order to win this next best of 3.
Well, can we also talk about Hornet and specifically his entry stats? Gone flawless on them so far in the LCQ, and that is something we saw during the entirety of stage 2 as well. He creates that entry, really opens up the score for his team, and then I think in stage 2 what we saw was that the players around him weren't always able to follow up on that, but this time around in the LCQ we are seeing the teamwork and the communication to actually make sure they benefit off of those entries, and it's looking phenomenal for them.
Black Dragons have had such a crazy tale of 2 stages too. The regular season that was absolutely abysmal that you would just totally like to forget, and then having to play not in the LCQ, having to play through the close qualifiers in order to get here in the first place, winning 3 games straight, then coming in and winning 2 straight BO3s against teams that they struggled with over the course of the regular stage, now finding themselves in a grand final, 1 best of 3 away. This suddenly becomes the biggest matchup of 4 of their players' careers. One of them has been to LAN before, but the last time Ask managed to pull that off was the grand final loss to BDS back at the Youngshipping Major when he played on Team Liquid. So it's been a hot minute since he's been in a position like this, but I feel like everybody on Black Dragons will be leaning on his experience and his expertise, understanding what it's like to play when the chips are really high, when you have to go all in a matchup like this just to make it to a LAN. Ask knows what that's like. These other 4 guys don't, and they're playing a team like Furia who are absolutely resilient to the last man. So it's going to be an interesting task for them to conquer today.
Especially given the fact that Furia has been on every single international event since the summer of 2022. This roster looked like predominantly the main core of this roster that's been to all of these individual or these international events as well. So that's definitely something if you look at the difference in international experience on these sides. But for Black Dragons, can you really blame them though? I mean, you can go 0-7 or 0-9 in the group stage all you want. If you show up right here when it matters most with this super important game that you have to play and you defy all odds and qualify to the major, that is a Cinderella story.
Before we pull up the map, Veto, I just want to mention something real fast. The one point that Black Dragons earned over the course of the regular stage was 1 overtime appearance. They didn't get a win, but they did go to overtime. You want to know who that was against? That was against Furia. So in the regular stage, the team that Black Dragons had the best chance of defeating was this Furia lineup. To now meet them in a best of 3 for major qualification just makes this sucker oh so sweet. We'll pull the Veto up because they played on Chalet last time. So whether we see that up again in this matchup and BD having the opportunity to correct some of those mistakes, learn from the way they played Furia specifically, it's going to make things super interesting. So as we pull the Veto up for this best of 3, we'll see whether Furia wants to chance another 15-round overtime banger going to Black Dragons, or whether BD has something else in the works they'll be able to pull out here.
Yeah, they played against each other in the EWC qualifiers as well. Played Oregon, which was still a possibility back then, and we know for sure that one won't be brought out here today. Bank was also one of the maps that we saw back then, but Chalet has not been picked yet. It will be banned by Furia. That is not a repeat that we're seeing here, but Bank will be a repeat of what we're seeing here. Furia picked that map. They've 7-4'd Fluxo on this map as a recent result. It isn't necessarily their best map, but it certainly isn't a good map for Black Dragons. They lost it to NIP, lost it to Fluxo, lost it to Liquid this stage, so there is a lot of information on what Black Dragons are doing on this map and what specifically is going wrong. Black Dragons pick Nighthaven. They beat E175 on this map earlier on in this year. It's a pretty good map for them as well, and what we did see is we saw Furia struggle on this map. It was a map that they lost to Elevate Academy, that tier 2 team coming into this LCQ, so there is a chance that Black Dragons are playing this Veto right by trying to play into Furia's weaknesses. Our decider will be Skyscraper. We've seen this map for Furia. It is a good map for them, but they did lose it to W7M in that major qualification game. Black Dragons beat Fluxo on it. That's the only time that they've played it in the last 4 months. So when we talk about maps coming out and trying to save maps until the very final hurdle, it might just be what Black Dragons are doing.
I'm not going to lie, this Veto is probably the best thing that Black Dragons themselves could have hoped for, because if you were to let that bank slip, it may not be the end of the world. Furia are 2-0 on it. Black Dragons are 0-3 on it as just only for stage 2 results. Black Dragons got a win on Labs just back in the LCQ. That's where they beat E1 7-5, and it's not a map that Furia themselves are very well known for. The issue is Skyscraper, because that's been a Black Dragons permaban all of stage 2, but Furia are 2-2 on it. So if BD have been saving that map for a rainy day, Furia have things that both go well and don't go well, that are things Black Dragons could have analyzed over the past couple of weeks, figuring out what this potential matchup may look like. So this is the best that BD could probably get over the course of a Veto. The only question is, will that be good enough to knock off, again, a world champion team that shows that they can activate Nitros in the car and get them over the finish line when all is going wrong? They know what they can do to win games, but Black Dragons are trying to set them up for a better map bet advantage. I think they might have gotten it here.
Yeah, I mean, if we do get to the very decider map of Skyscraper, all Black Dragons just need to do is make sure they watch every single doorway, every single window, because we know Furia likes to get cheesy on that map. Talking about the very first one, though, where we do see Black Dragons starting out on the defense, that might really help them in regards of confidence and building up at least a solid start for themselves in this series. If you immediately get hit in the face with having to go for attacks and you are struggling with that on the very first half of the series, definitely isn't a nice start for you.
Well, let's bring the casters in on this bad boy. Carter Hannafeld and Sam Stewart are taking us through the grand final like they've taken us through most of the LCQ so far. Gentlemen, the question is overall super simple. Black Dragons are the best team on defense through this LCQ, not just because they've played the majority of the rounds so far, but because of the way that semifinal went when they were dominating on specifically on defense. But those attacks are going to be paramount for the rest of this series. If they were to win 2 attacks per attacking half, is that enough to maybe carry them over the finish line on one map, bar 2? Or do we need to see them really get experimental in the hopes of maybe getting 3 per attacking half? That's my question. What do you guys think?
I mean, it is genuinely an interesting question because, you know, Black Dragons have been very strong on the defense, and while I think, you know, their attack's the most exploitable side, if we see the Furia we saw against Fluxo yesterday, I think great defenses might not be enough for Black Dragons. I mean, we'll see if, you know, Furia playing against a weaker opponent in Fluxo, we're just allowed to set up any plan they want and execute it without any recourse whatsoever from Fluxo. Maybe that was the case yesterday, but we can't just assume that was the case, especially when they look like the Furia we saw for the entirety of 2023. So Black Dragons might have great defenses, but if they're not getting those if they're not getting those 2-3 wins on the attacking side, I think that could be a big problem. But honestly, even if they are, Furia looked so good on the attack yesterday that I think we just need to see a Black Dragons that we have not seen through all of the regular season, all of the LCQ. I think we need to see the best form of this team over the course of the whole year.
Sam, is it a realistic possibility that Black Dragons could have been saving stuff for this deep into an LCQ? Because it looked like they had to pull out all the stops against a team like E1 to beat them and get that quarterfinal over the finish line. Can a team like that have some stuff saved up to beat a team as powerful as Furia, or are we going to see the same BD that we've seen for the past couple of series?
I mean, Jacob, you always got a few harebrained schemes here and there, you know what I mean? Some things tucked away, and maybe some things you don't really want to open up until later on down the line. But honestly, I think their can of whoop ass has already been opened up, man. I think they're kind of here to play, and they've already been kind of showcasing what they've been doing. Because here's the thing, guys, they didn't exactly have a great stage, right? So they've already been trying to reinvent this wheel. They've already been trying to recreate themselves, and we're just seeing the progress live because obviously, hey, it's the LCQ. We're going to get to see them full breath, full bore instead of best of 3s. Now, here's the key thing. I'm going to have to agree with Carter here. Furia is just looking like their old selves, especially Herds. I don't know if you guys have looked across his stat line, but in comparison
we
to the
checked,
stage,
we saw.
What a demon, man. And that's the thing. Like, when you have a roster that's playing to this capacity, to this level, it's always going to be a very, very big task in order to really get anything going for themselves. So even down to, you know, Black Dragon's defenses, I'm worried about all of it just because of the caliber of squad that is potentially showing up with Furia here today.
All right, Bank, Labs, and Skyscraper, if we need it. Furia are trying to keep a 8, almost 9 land streak going from 2022 all the way up until the end of 2024. But Black Dragons are trying to play the eternal upset and get their 3rd win in a row to go to Montreal. Gentlemen, all yours.
Thank you very much, Jacob. And there's just something weird about the Brazil LCQ because 3 stages in a row now, Sam. One of the last place teams in Brazil has made an incredible run through the LCQ. It was Los in stage 2 of last year, but they weren't playing, you know, W7M. They were playing Netshoes Miners, also one of the worst teams in Brazil. They're able to qualify. But then stage 1, Fluxo, last place team in Brazil. You and I casted a lot of their games, or if you could call them that. And they also made a deep run into LCQ, all the way to the finals, but they lost to Liquid. And here we find ourselves in the exact same spot again, an 0-9 team in the finals of the LCQ, but the opponent on the opposite side of the server might just be the most daunting you could possibly face.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better way to put it, Lynx. When you're looking at a roster like Furia and you're walking as a team like Black Dragons, just came off the stage that you did, the only thing you can do is hope. I think the biggest thing here that is a benefit to them is the fact that this is probably not too much of a anxiety-ridden experience just because everybody knows the way that this should go. And to be able to play spoilers to something like that would probably feel pretty darn good at the end of the day. So hopefully Black Dragons has their heads screwed on their shoulders correctly walking into this because they have quite a task in front of them. This Furia roster is something that has become world beaters here in the last couple of years, and something that we always touch on, always talk about at every single event, every single corner, and this is not going to be any different. Here they are. It's Furia, and let alone that, it's Herds operating at a level in which we haven't seen for the latter half of 2024, and Black Dragons are going to have to be the ones to try and deal with that. Here they are, right here, right now. Still very excited about this team. Still very excited about what they represent, and the roster they put together. Carter, I'm a huge fan of Ask and just what he's done throughout his years in Brazil.
And to be perfectly honest, like I mean, of course, this entire team is above a 1.0 EPS throughout the 2 LCQ BO3s they've played. Ask, as you said, has been quite good. He's always been one of the most consistent pieces of this roster since he joined before Stage 1. But the fact that we are finally seeing the pieces come together. Hornet, who I thought was like a good pickup. I mean, replacing Loira is difficult, but replacing Loira with a pretty good player in Hornet should not suddenly result in a team going 0-9. It clearly seemed like just something wasn't gelling on this roster and they needed to figure it out. But now we're seeing the player that Hornetown is capable of. We're seeing Ash continue to play very well. But finally, we're seeing those bottom 3 players, those newer players, Nux, Florio, but specifically Gudo, pick up the pace. And even if they fall here, the Black Dragons we are seeing right now is looking like a team that could be very competitive in the SI LCQ coming up in a couple months' time. I mean, obviously, we had Fluxo make a deep run last time, and that really hasn't translated into long-term success. But at least Black Dragons, when they had Loira, made a good run in playoffs, made it decently far. And now that we're finally seeing them start to play at that caliber as well, even if they fall to the world champs here, Black Dragons are looking like a very strong team. And going into today, Sam, their big weakness, I think, as we can rationally expect for any new team, are their attacks. And if we can see them, of course, power up on that today, improve some of the slowness we saw yesterday, they could be a real problem for Furia.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely have the gun skill. They have the capacity to at least give them a run for their money. And that's really what we want out of this here today. The big thing is for me is that with the way that Furia's looked inside of this LCQ, it's just very worrisome for anybody that you line them up against. Because, I mean, Links, there's a reason that every single talking head around Siege talks about this team, and it's because they're just so damn good, guys. When they hit their stride and they are in their bag, they are one of the most daunting, terrifying teams to go up against, and you and I saw that firsthand yesterday. I mean, that Chalet, a masterclass on the offensive side.
It was Furia playing exactly how we saw them play for a whole year, right at or close to their ceiling. Herds, as we've said multiple times now, performing very well. Everybody on that roster really yesterday performing very well. We were worried about, KZ having a bit of a lackluster day all the way back on Thursday. He was performing well yesterday. Everybody has been putting in the work on Furia. And ultimately, if Black Dragons have to face that team, the reality is they are going to fight a very steep uphill battle with how strong Furia are playing. And starting off with the first map we have in the series, Bank, this is a map that, to be fair, like a lot of the maps in Furia's pool, this is kind of the benefit when your name is Furia or FaZe Clan and you've won most of the series you've played over the past couple years. Bank is a map that they have only lost a few times since 2023. You've lost it about, I think, 5-6 times or so since Copenhagen or Stage 1 of last year. And this roster has been very good both on the attack and the defensive side, consistently getting regulation wins on this map. And when you are attacking Bank, Sam, it's a very big map. This has always been the case with Bank. It might be attacker-sided, but if you are not good at your full clears and acquiring map control, you will struggle. That was not something Furia struggled with yesterday.
Yeah, correct. And that's the thing that we're going to continue to see more than likely here today. Furia is just one of those rosters that you don't really have to worry too much about, especially when it comes to a situation like this. If a map is exploitable in a certain capacity, in a certain way, then they will 100% be able to flip that bill. So for Furia, I think the key thing is today, just stay true to themselves. I mean, we've seen Herds really hit his stride here inside of the LCQ. And, when the thing that we're worried about the most, folks, is KZ, and he's currently -1 on his KD spread and +1 on his entry, I think everything is just fine. Yeah. That's the number one marker there for them.
And especially since, of course, Furia are starting, I believe, on the attacking side. I imagine, it is their pick. Black Dragons probably pick defense. So Furia will be starting on that attack, I believe. So we will be able to see kind of how they're able to use Herds as that entry right out of the gate. But for Black Dragons, I think a concern going into this, while they might be starting on the defense, is on a map like Bank, this is still a roster that is very much improving with every game, but that inherently means they are a work in progress at the moment. They are still trying to find their limits. They've also played 2 best of 3s that, because of their own performances, I don't think were especially challenging. They were able to steamroll E1 quite handedly in their first best of 1, 7-3, 7-1. Then we get to Keyed Stars yesterday, and sure, Consulate and Lair were a bit closer, but when it came to those defenses, 5 defensive rounds won on each map. Those were still very, very strong Black Dragons wins. So they've not needed to necessarily remedy their attacks to the extent as opposed if they, say, drop the map to E1 and say, wow, the problem is really our attacks, or drop the map to Keyed Stars yesterday and saw that. So as we get into Bank today, this is a map that they've taken off Furia in recent history. In the EWC Closed Qualifier, they were able to take this map from Furia 8-7, this exact same roster after they picked up Hornet as well. But if we see some of the same problems yesterday, which, to be fair, Consulate Lair, a little bit difficult to attack, especially in the current meta. But if we see them struggle to take that map control, see them struggle to get into the building, those very same problems could appear on a bit of a different map.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that you really want to lean into for Black Dragons, right? Just making sure that they're capable of getting these bigger rounds under wraps and making sure that they are able to reach out there and, grasp these opportunities, because that's exactly what you're going to need up against a roster like Furia. Furia, they don't leave a lot of gaps, but when they do, those are things you want to be capable of exploiting. When you have those advantages in the round, you do not want to let those go idly by. So hopefully that's something that Black Dragons is capable of producing here today. I most definitely think that they are, at least from what we saw yesterday.
I agree.
They're just very, very gritty, very gritty. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just have that. They have that iron will about them, Carter.
Yeah, and for all the series in this game, if we are going to see Black Dragons have a lot of that passion, but they're able to combine it with, a refined strategic coordination that was a bit, kind of rough and gritty, as I think we give them a positive and a negative using both of those words. Those attacks were a bit rough yesterday while they had a lot of heart. On Bank and Nighthaven, the 2 maps were guaranteed to play. Those are maps where you need to be strategic, you need to be coordinated, you need to be able to recognize where the gaps are in the enemy's defense. If you're on Bank and you're trying to just go for the same old server execute, like we saw Fluxo do on day 1, running into Goyos, running into Mirror Windows, running into Evil Eyes, and not instead trying to see if you can sense one on a backstab down gold, in Garage, or main stairs, you're playing right into Furia's game when they're on the defense. So Black Dragons can not only execute some well-coordinated clears, but also exhibit the very fluidity that Furia are likely going to execute exceptionally against them. Black Dragons might struggle, but this is a team that is peaking at just the right time. And as we get into Furia's pick, they cannot break stride here.
All right, well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty here and see exactly what we are going to have for Bank and what's going to be removed. Ying is going to be unavailable, as well as Monty for the offense, both of these making quite a bit of sense, especially like the Ying ban here. Shield operators, that's a usual trope as of the current meta, but for Ying, we see her sprinkled in every once in a while. This map, very execute heavy. Ying, also a very heavy execute operator. So pretty obvious that Black Dragons more than likely don't want to try and deal with her on that defensive end. Kaid going to be removed as well from Furia, and Mira will be our last defensive ban here. The solid straight lines that we usually see drawn in the sands here on Bank, and we're going to have them yet again. Just some things to prevent any hatches from being locked up, and Mira, the usual nuisance that we see, getting swept under the rug as well. Time to get down to it, though, folks. Time to get down to business. Furia and Black Dragons here, as we will be, I believe, taking up the basement first.
We'll always go down to that not first floor, bottom floor bomb site. No, I suppose depending on the country you're in. I know some places I think do call like the basement the first floor, which obviously as an American, find that peculiar.
Yeah, heresy, honestly.
But they will go down to that basement site. And with the mirror being gone, that of course does take out a pretty mainstay operator on lockers. You put the mirror window either close or far on the actual B bomb site wall that's looking into server. And also, when Fury get to their defenses, I mean, I think we've talked a couple times about how Furia will just put Herds on an island with mirror windows in the vector and just like let him do his thing. This is one of those maps where he will very commonly on the first floor, the actual first floor, and the second floor sites play on an island in CEO. So a lot of options are now taken away because of that. And so Black Dragons, they might lose that mirror. We're still running a lot of the mainstay operators on lockers nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, that's more than likely another reason why Black Dragons ended up removing Mira, just because they're well aware of Furia's antics when it comes to that mid and top floor setup, especially when they go for that open area setup, putting him upstairs inside a janitor with those mirror windows. It's just such a difficult thing to dislodge when you are trying to clear for the offense. But here we go, folks. Big shocker. It's Herds on a lurk inside of Dirt. And here's another thing that I can tell you, since I have VOD reviewed this team a good bit. He starts here practically every single time, Carter.
Oh, yeah.
So for Black Dragons, I hope that they know.
Herds is kind of like Cyber. Like, this guy's got his pathings. This guy likes to move where he's comfortable and where instinct is there. And, I mean, you can already see... to be fair, even if Herds wasn't here, I think Ask's just playing server stairs. It's just good that he has a little bit of cognizance that, hey, I'm a bit vulnerable to Dirt, especially since nobody's actively playing in server. So Herds will wait here, and the barbed wire in his way will make it very, very difficult to take in and get that control. Just a bit of a cold war right now as the rest of Furia move to take control of the second and then eventually the middle floor, where we do have one player roaming at least and make that 0 players roaming at max. Velopox will find the Goyo roaming around open area and cut him down expeditiously.
This patience here from Herds. This could seriously pay off.
Oh
there it is,
God.
right there. He gets 2 as well. Oh my. Yeah, he gets some damage dealt back to him, but oh man, what a start for Furia.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's back.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Herds is in his bag in the Stage 2 LCQ. He sits there for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Kudo goes for the retake. KZ patiently waiting. Taking a page out of Herds' book will not be a flawless, as Furia will land a nice pre-fire onto the head of KZ, but it's not enough. 3-piece for Herds. Like a panther waiting in the tall grass, he strikes when Black Dragons think, surely nobody's still Dirt, right?
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 And the answer was wrong. It was Herds just patiently waiting, like you said, and that's really all you need. I really love how Herds completely set that up for his team when it came to the play that they had going on in the mid floor. They're able to get things cleared out. Herds is just supposed to be patient there, not overcook things, just wait for that prime moment. And it was prime time for him when it came down to it. But the rest of Furia is what makes that play so applicable in a moment like that. Being able to take out that mid-floor roam, open things up, and start applying pressure towards the basement site. That was all positive things for Furia, and a huge green light moment for Herds. He saw all those and was like, all right, guess it's time to get on the gas. Ends up picking up those 2 kills and just blows the doors off Black Dragons as Furia drives past them in round 1. And for Black Dragons, you already have to get a little worrisome, don't you? Because a lot of the responses that we saw in that round, just not very conducive to success. I especially did not like the rotate that we saw coming up Marble. There's just so many bodies still active for Furia. You're more than likely never going to get something to go off like that, Carter, unless something is being seriously overlooked.
And CEO defense right now, and I do want to point out, we see Velopox on the Blitz. We do not have a lot of shield players in Brazil generally, and while Velopox is basically the only shield player on Furia, he typically plays Monty. Obviously, Monty is banned, but Blitz is not in his top 3 most played operators. So Blitz is a bit rarer of a pick, though not necessarily completely unseen. And on CEO in particular, Velopox is actually going to have the diffuser. I'm curious where this is actually going to land, because if you are walking in with that case, it might just be more kind of like, almost think of like an OSA CEO plan, walking in with the shield just to keep you safe. I don't think Velopox will actually try to push that deep into the site if he is actually going to be the person putting the diffuser down.
Well, as we know, Furia actually, and I believe this is a global stat as well, they're one of the teams with the least amount of plants, period. 9 times out of 10, this roster is going to kill you before they get that plant down. And this might be one of those situations here yet again. Herds is going to start working underneath Stalk. This is a great position here for the skeleton key of Buck. just try and knock open these angles and make your life a little bit easier, especially for these other teammates that are trying to rotate up top and start clearing out square.
Birds, of course, worried about anybody flanking from the backside, but while they have pushed players out of stock, Black Dragons are playing very, very close to the site, and they have not given Furia any opportunities. The nature of a site like CEO, a lot of second floor, top floor sites in general, is the site setup tends to revolve very, very closely around the actual two bomb sites itself, and that inherently leaves little gaps for Furia to exploit until they force somebody out or just clear enough util to execute something late in the round. B's going out via zombie strikes at the right time. Nade caught with utility in hand. Very easy kill for Ask to pick up. Herds does spot one. Gudo trying to get aggressive in main lobby. Will feed back. Likely a very important pick. Furia have neutralized the man advantage held by Black Dragons going into this execute, but going into it is something we actually still need to see them do. They're stuck outside of square, stuck outside of the rappel. The lack of those Bs is going to make finding intel on these site players stationary for 2.5 minutes now the hell of a lot more difficult than it already is. A zombie holding fast. Janitor still intact. They'll try to find the kill, and they will indeed down Ask onto the floor, but Hornet with a two-piece walking up the Janitor hallway basically makes things impossible for Furia to take down. Yokai stunning and annoying the hell out of Fellapox. Black Dragons tie things up early on.
Well done by Black Dragons. Great patience, and still tried to have some responses to the setup that we saw from Furia, especially with Herds downstairs. Didn't exactly work out against Herds initially, but they did enough to be able to not only delay Furia, but also get that big pick that we saw on the north windows to make life a lot easier for them. Shout out to Ask for that, as he was able to time things out appropriately and end up getting that pick on to Nade. That throw enough of a spanner in the works to delay out Furia, make life a little bit more difficult, make it to where they didn't exactly feel confident in trying to fly into that top floor, and eventually not really capable of getting the big kills once they did go for that execute. So it's 1-1 here after Black Dragons find some success on the CEO bomb site. But that does beg the question, what exactly do they want to do next? The world is their oyster, minus that top floor, as it has been locked out up until round 5. And now Black Dragons will bring us into the mid floor. This is where things are going to get a little different, Carter, especially because we do not have Mira. And not saying they're going to steal something out of Furia's book or anything like that, but Mira is definitely one of those operators that when you see open area, she's usually in the lineup.
Or just something you can easily slot in, even if it's, not something that's in your strat book. It's like, all right, we might not necessarily leave Herds with no support, but maybe we'll put a mirror window up there. Another operator that is actually missing that we do often see or can see on open area is the Maestro, not in the cards. It is a lot more of just a utility denial and trap setup from Black Dragons. I think you're rightfully anticipating as they're moving down to the second floor, they have to cover more terrain.
Nice.
Than they had to on the second floor. You get the F-Knots, you take the EDDs. Now Furia have to do more work to create a gap. Also, just peeking stock door as somebody goes up onto the roof early. Good way to get ahead of the attack setup. And you take down the only real execute operator that Furia have, the Capital. No smokes, no fire.
Yeah, hey, you got to set a precedent, right? And that's what Ask is doing right here. This is twice now, and it's been on to Nade twice as well, that he's gone punished on some of these windows where he's just being more lackadaisical. That's exactly that in that moment as well for Stock. Just not really applying himself to the map in a manner that's conducive to success when it comes to clearing out a lot of these more aggressive angles. And, I mean, this is something that is, something that can definitely happen to Furia a decent bit. They're a roster that is so used to being able to put their foot on the neck of their opponent, right? And just to have somebody eventually fight back, it kind of catches them off guard every once in a while. And this is just one of those moments right here. We're not expecting Ask to be there, but fortunately enough, with a nice read onto the player up top inside of Stock, Ask will go down as well in turn. So both of these players will be on the bench for the remainder of round 3.
Ooh, Herds, unfortunately, joining that lineup on the sidelines. Brava gone down. Not sure how much utility he was able to get out of those clutch drones, and there is no shortage of things you would have liked to hack as Brava. EDDs, F-Nots, prox alarms as well, a bulletproof. Neither of the latter two did I mention. There is a lot of electronic utility, so we're really hoping, or Furia are really hoping, that Herds was able to get good value out of those clutch drones before he died. 2 rounds in a row now, Furia are really struggling to make timely progress, but specifically this time, progress uncontested by Black Dragons, who have consistently maintained the man advantage throughout the entirety of this round. KZ on Herds' mainstay IQ will try and replicate some of his success. Nade banked off the corner, will force the tuber out back, but the Zoto stopped. Any push in from KZ, never mind. He doesn't care once the ice thaws. The man's on fire. He doesn't care about a doorway frozen off. Gudo will find a long angle all the way from square, but I don't know how well he's going to be able to find this player on the diffuser. KZ might have just threaded the needle. UMP shots fail to land despite hard pings on both remaining defenders. No, the attackers has walked into an EDD. It's made it a 1v1 for KZ, and with below half HP, Gudo can finish this off. If he does, it will tell KZ where he is. He goes for the swing, misses it, has to back off. Tries to rotate, Gudo doesn't know. He spots him, hops over on the desk, and how do you lose that? KZ, half HP, and a dream, against all odds, somehow reclaims Furia's lead.
Carter, where there's a will, there's a way. And that's the one thing that has always rung so very true about this Furia roster. Look at how deep in the grave Black Dragons tries to push Furia inside of this opener, folks. They not only get one, they get 2 big kills to open up this round. We're down into a sub-minute situation for Furia in a 3 versus 4. But they still find a way that they feel comfortable executing into the bomb site, and not only that, but they find a massive gap as well, Carter, creeping inside of archives, working their way in, and all of a sudden our IQ gets the big kills inside of the cubicles of open area ×2, actually, making life a lot easier for them to get that bomb down, and let alone that fact, but clutching up at the very tail end as well. What more can you ask out of KZ in a moment like that? And Furia is going to be able to take round 3 because of those just positive plays that we see out of this roster.
And it's something that is just, you know, as we get into the second set of 3 sites played, the quarter, if you will. I don't often say that. I know Jesse does. We have a debate. As we get into the second quarter, Furia are likely going to be able to have a bit more overall success, or at least even momentary success, on those middle floor and bottom floor sites, because I've said a couple times now, with the real estate you have to hold on the defense, there's just going to be more opportunities for Herds or KZ to find a spot that's not watched, as opposed to CEO, where you really just kind of have to go for that direct take or clear people out with utility, and then Black Dragons getting aggressive really hurts you when it already was hurting you anyway. Herds cannot do that dirt play a second time. Black Dragons are going to be ready for it. They're not going to be as lax about it as they were before. And even then, they weren't that lax. They were basically worried about it for 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Herds just happened to stand there for 1:50. Well, but this
there's
time
always
they
some
backed
different
off.
ways.
There is, but again, Herds thinks he's found something, but close with the shotgun. Ass clearly was not aware of it, but the shotgun can kill somebody in 1 shot. Not much you can do.
Oh, man. Listen, I don't speak Portuguese, but I think that was still, I don't think that's how that works, my friend. As he just walks into blue and gets eviscerated by an M590. Everything's getting real interesting right now, Carter. It's getting real hot to trot between these two. Feisty and just trying to go blow for blow, constantly trying to trade things out. KZ looking for another one in garage.
This is what we want to see from Black Dragons, though. We want to see them playing to win. I mean, there have been a lot of times where players have...
There it is.
KZ, be careful.
Oh, the whole squad.
I was about to say, commits to the F-Not, and they're ready for it. Oh my god, KZ. This is, I don't know, you cannot get out of that no matter how hard you try. Stuck on the column, not even wide enough to block all the shots. He commits to the push because of the F-Not, and it forces him to make an unthinkable decision. Falapox and Nade now in the 2v3, but Ask was put to low HP very, very early on in that gunfight with Herds. And he's also used all of his toxic canisters. The key concern are those Evil Eyes, though. If you want to go for the server plant, they will be right in your way, and same likely in all likelihood with the Vulcan packs as well. Not sure what KZ was able to get utility-wise, Sam, but I imagine there's likely still something.
Got to be something around. At the bare minimum, Furia has something to their name. They're going to fly in off of that fire arrow. Nade, not finding too much just yet. He's actually going to get tagged up, but it's going to be Felipox as the first one to go down. Enough time to try and clutch this up, but just cannot hit the shots onto Nux. What an angle from him. And what a round from Black Dragon, standing toe-to-toe with Furia right now and matching fire with fire. I especially love how they responded to that garage play there, Carter. They identified the fact that KZ is trying to work his way in, and not one, not two, but three Black Dragons players. And those for more of a keen eye as well would notice that was all of Black Dragon's roster that was readily available and alive, all inside of garage at once. Gotta love that.
It was like, make sure he's dead. we're not leaving anything to chance. And I do genuinely like that from Black Dragon, say, nope, we see a kill right here. We are not there. There's no chance they suddenly flood into the site with, you know, most of the hatches closed to capitalize off of this. Let's just finish him off. Black Dragon's playing quite well on their defenses so far. As we have a greater sample size, both rounds that Furia have won have been when they have worked a player into a position that the defense isn't expecting. That player performs quite well. Herds in round 1, KZ in round 3. But then when that doesn't happen, when they're forced to actually clear out the defense, they are dropping a lot of important pieces of utility early on. The Deimos, for example, last round, Nade on the Capitao when they were attacking the mid-floor bomb site. Of course, that was a round they still won. But when Black Dragons have been able to play close together and not allow anybody from Furia to walk down a staircase or walk into a hole in their defense, they have won that round as a result. And as we go back to CEO, that was this round through and through.
Yeah, I think Black Dragons have really done their homework, and you know, we talk about this a bit with Furia and with any, you know, championship level roster. A lot of people are doing a lot of research on this team, man. And the one thing that Black Dragons is very aware of is the fact that Furia loves the lurk, Carter. They love the lurk so very much. It's usually their entire strategy on offense. We set up an area for a lot of our angle players, and then we just have one player, probably Herds, maybe KZ sometimes, off doing his own thing somewhere, waiting to see if he can possibly be the hammer for the anvil that Furia has set up. And they've gotten that to go a couple of times here, but as Carter was saying, as soon as Black Dragons is actually able to put an obstacle in their way and that doesn't go the way that they want to, and they usually end up losing some bodies, it really puts a damper on Furia and what they are capable of. Now, the key thing is here is, you know, you remember back to that open area offense that we saw out of Furia. They do not go quietly into the night. That is the one thing we will never take away from this roster. They are still going to do their due diligence. They are still going to go through the motions, and they always think that they're capable of taking a round. And when you are a caliber of team such as Furia, why wouldn't you think that way? They've done it time and time again. They've clutched out rounds. They've clutched out huge rounds in front of massive crowds around the world. And, well, for Furia, it's just another day at the office. It might be a longer day if Black Dragons keeps playing like this, but at the end of the day, it's still just another one.
Well, it's certainly a longer day in round 5, 2 minutes in at this point, and it's all been utility clear from Furia. All of our Terror drones used, most of the Selmas, most of the EE-1Ds. Shocked we actually still have both of KZ's nades in pocket. Thought that might have gone to something. He still got them. JV92 in one of the most key positions. This main lobby repel can be really difficult to deal with, but if he's able to shut down Gudor or Nux, the repel is going to feel quite good. KZ repelling into top square. We have lost Herds on the floor as outside the building. Nade shut down on that repel position. KZ's got to go big, and Florio's ready for it. JV92 might get one on the Spider-Man angle, but it's all he's going to get. Felipox is stuck, trying to make the most of an unwinnable situation. With a shotgun close and a UMP far, they'll bait Felipox in. It's not going to happen. Tie game guaranteed for Black Dragons on these defenses, and they are creating quite a good nest egg for themselves once we get to this side swap.
Yeah, 100%. These defenses have looked very solid. Especially when they're capable of getting ahead of Furia in the early game there. They delay them out. Furia just doesn't feel very comfortable trying to apply any pressure to a lot of these Black Dragons fortifications that we see around the map. And that's really just a Black Dragons credit. They don't really give up too many of the goods, right, Carter? We don't see somebody crazy extended. We don't see something inside of stock that's easily abusable for Furia. So what if Furia do? I mean, really, their only option is to try and get a push going from square at that moment in time. Before they can even get that rolling, though, we have a Black Dragons member that just swings out off of the square double and finds Herds outside. And that's actually our starting moment, our starting gun for the last minute of that round. And Furia was never able to recapture any light past that moment. It was constantly Black Dragons that was just shoving them deeper into their grave. And Furia just not really capable of being able to fight back or fend off any of the Black Dragons members in a considerable manner. So that's going to bring us into round 6. Our last round of this half. Does Furia have the capability to tie things up before we end up switching sides?
I imagine that Nook is going to be decently important for their chances in this lineup. JV92 a bit quiet throughout this map so far. Definitely taken a back seat to Herds in this LCQ, but of course still the player that really got them the minimal success they did in the regular season. I say minimal for Furia standards, but if we do see a situation, which I think we saw yesterday, Nook getting damaged early on, can basically neutralize a lot of what that operator wants to do, which is basically execute Furia's playstyle, intrinsic within the gadget. But JV92 has got to be careful. Black Dragons have, so far as the half has been on, gotten a lot better at being aware of where the openings are, where they could get pushed. But spotted below the castle barricade, you think you are as secure can be. You are not concerned. EMP goes out, though, awfully close to the castle, but the Warden still avails himself. The castle, too! Both hit by a surprise attack by the FMG-9. There's one player that might still bear the brunt of it. Another one decides to join the fray. Nux moving up the marble stairs. Black Dragons are in a man disadvantage, and they are not at all concerned about ceding this territory that perhaps they should have been. Herds is able to find the Azami in stock. The drone zooms by marble stairs. Shots fly past Nux's head. And this gamble on the top floor has not paid off. Furia in all the right positions. Start letting the game slip in rounds 4 and 5, but they take it back in round 6.
If you want to know what a Furia round's supposed to look like, just look at round 6, guys. That's all you need to know. That was a textbook Furia setup through and through, all the way down to the lurk play, Carter. As we have the Nook work her way in to get past the cameras. I especially love that EMP at a JV92, just to make sure that there's nothing right around that corner that's going to end up giving up the goods. That could have been an entire spoil moment there if he doesn't end up doing that, but instead what he gets is a big 2K and the rest of Furia being able to build up around that with not only solid info but solid gunplay to boot as they shut down Black Dragons left, right, and center. And you got to feel for BD in a moment like that because it almost feels insurmountable when a round is going that way. But fortunately enough for them, they won't have to think about it too long. They won't have to sit there and linger with that. Instead, they'll kick on to round 7. And they'll be on the offensive side this time, so more than likely a lot to talk about.
This is where we need to see Black Dragons really step up their game. On their opponent's pick, especially if they're able to step up here, that could likely change the fortunes of the entire series. But yesterday, their attacks were definitely the weaker side, and not only because, we might say, oh, they only won 1, but if they only had to win 1, not exactly a big deal. They did have, 5 defensive rounds on both sides yesterday, but when you play 6 rounds on attack and are only able to win 2 on your own pick, then you play 5, and again, you're only able to win 2 on layer. We don't necessarily think they're bad at attack, but we have to just be a little concerned. But if we see some improvements here, Furia are in big, big trouble on bank. It's only 30 seconds in. Black Dragons just doing what you'd expect. Droning out the mid floor, seeing what the man count, the personnel is around open area and the top floor. And for Furia, it doesn't actually seem like it's that extensive. A lot of it's concentrated by blue stairs, but no hard extension into open area.
It's going to be our first minute here for round 7, and a pretty even-keeled setup for Black Dragons, clearing out the top floor. They will have to deal with some pressure here.
Thought there was no extension. Yeah, it turns out the entire lobby's on the middle floor.
Yeah. I was gonna let you figure that one out. But yeah, I mean, at a bare minimum, though, Black Dragons seem to be aware of it, and they want to start working with this top floor. This can be extremely beneficial to them on this clear. This Furia will start to peel things back, but a couple of things still linger. One of those things is Herds. I mean, you'd think he'd like to lurk on offense, right? But these defenses, more of the same. sitting in a very creative spot here behind the filing cabinet inside of Teller's office. This is a tale as old as time, Carter.
We see the drones all zooming around main lobby.
And it works.
And it works. Works completely. The drone spots him a moment too late. He sees another one moving around main lobby. Furia momentarily let that advantage slip. Herds, and must-win fight, and he loses it. Makes it a 3v3 for Black Dragons. A lot of time wasted, and it might not matter with how low HP Gudo is. 32 out of 110. There's still work to do. You've still got the utility on the site as well. Gudo being alive is important. It means at least there's likely going to be less of those Vulcan packs than there would be otherwise, but with these Zoto canisters still in JV92's hands, he can throw them up at those hatches, stop the breaches. It doesn't seem like he's doing it, though, as immediately they pick up the pace. Ask zooms into the site, domes the smoke with utility in hand. Nothing Nade can do at this point. Might win one, but that's a might, and that's a big ask for Nade. 3-piece for the buck. Moving into the site, not letting Furia get comfortable.
That's what I'm going to start calling him, Big Ask. Because, oh my God, that was impressive, man. He calls his own number, Carter, and he makes it work. He literally Furia's Furia. That's what he just did right there. Completely catches him off guard. And let alone that fact, I mean, Smoke straight up still had utility in his hands, staring Ask in the eye sockets. What a moment there for Black Dragons. You can see Furia, tiny bit disheveled there. JV92 thinking real hard about what the heck is to come. Just making sure that they have the capacity to try and deal with this Black Dragons roster, which on a game-to-game, map-to-map basis consistently seem like they're leveling up.
Just looking like they have the confidence to qualify for a major, and that was a huge difference maker for W7M in the playoffs, a team that I think last stage a lot of people, with finishing second in the groups, with the mechanical skill they have just per capita on that roster, would qualify, but playing scared lost them the playoffs, lost them the LCQ. It lost them the first game of the playoffs, this stage. But when they show up against Furia, they are looking like a team that wants to play at a major. And Black Dragons are looking like that today. They have looked very good in the LCQ so far against E1 and Keyd Stars, but that round in particular, on the attack, do they start slowing down a bit? Yes. Are they losing bodies and misdroning? Yes. But the important part is they realized that towards the end and say, we can't just do the clear. We can't just do the thing where with 15 seconds left, you try to plant server and walk into 8,000 pieces of utility. We need something. We need to make a gamble, and they do it, and it pays off with that beautiful 3K from Ask. Black Dragons are playing confidently, and with the 4-3, I don't think Furia are running scared just yet, but if we see Black Dragons win one more, I would not be shocked if Igor decides to take a tactical timeout.
Yeah, no, 100%. The one thing about Furia that I can definitely say is that they're never a team that gets scared. The biggest thing is that it just really comes down to moments like that where they're expecting one thing and something completely different is delivered instead. Furia is a roster that carries a lot of weight with their name, right? A lot of people give them a lot of respect, especially inside the server, because you have to. If you don't, you're more than likely going to get punished in a lot of different ways. We even saw that inside of that round with Herds inside of Teller's office. If you're not crossing your T's and dotting your I's, Carter, you're probably in hot water when it comes to this team. But you also have to be willing to reach out there for those big moments. And I kind of touched on that when we were talking on the desk. Black Dragons is a team that I think does have the capacity to do so, especially with Ask at the helm. I mean, this is a guy that was piloting two of the best players that Brazil has ever seen there for quite some time, right? Not to take anything away from these Black Dragons players either. I mean, they have some very solid, talent on this team. But it just goes to show you that Ask still, to this day, can really pull some things off, even if it comes down to doing it himself.
Just an evil mastermind bathed in shadow on his webcam. That dude, that like, it's not even a light bulb. That's just literally just like a. Is that even like a light, or is that just like coming out from underneath like a window shade or something?
No, he's got a light strip. He's got a light strip for sure, because you can see how it's like folded at the back on like that arcade machine or whatever the hell that is.
I don't think that's an arcade machine.
Listen,
it's probably like a bookshelf, like a book.
No, it looks like something. It looks like a pseudo arcade.
You think he's got retro Street Fighter 2 in his room?
Dude, maybe. What if it's just Miss Pac-Man back there, huh? What if he's a baller, unlike us? All right.
Why is Furia looking at the camera like that? He's just staring at it and smiling. Black Dragons are feeling good. I appreciate that. Black Dragons are starting to feel confident. Black Dragons are feeling confident. Furia clearly starting to get a little rattled, but only a little bit. It seems a bit reserved on the webcams. I do believe we had a couple Furia players DC from the lobby, so we are waiting on them to re-enter. Hopefully. Maybe they really are running scared. They're like, Ask is feeling confident, nothing we can do. Igor, can we forfeit, please? Ask shot me for smoke in hand. What can I do?
Yeah, exactly. It's a terrifying moment there, but tantalizing for Black Dragons, most definitely, especially the prospect of potentially taking bank here, too. Here's the bracket, folks, and how we exactly reached this grand final in Brazil. A pretty interesting prospect for Black Dragons, especially as they take not only 2 maps off of E1 in a very convincing way, but immediately turn that around and do it against Vivo Keydstars as well. To come here and play Furia. Now, you and I were a part of the Furia Elevate Academy game.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw a lot of confident play out of Elevate Academy. Sometimes a little bullheadish, but working out in a lot of different ways as well. Carter, how did you feel about that series?
I really thought that there was a chance that Furia could let it slip away, and really it did not seem like it was really Furia's game until the second half of map 2. It was a pretty close game all the way through, but then once we got to that point, and certainly once we got to Skyscraper, Furia looked clearly the better team, and they were able to settle into that series. And I think there is a concern that could happen for Black Dragons here. There are, I think, some distinct parallels in my mind between that Elevate Academy and Furia game. One piece being, we have 2 of the same maps. Nighthaven was the first map in that series. It's guaranteed in this one. And Skyscraper was the decider in that series, and it's the decider in this one. Nighthaven was the map that was a close victory for Elevate Academy, but in my mind, if this goes to 3 maps, Sam, we remember how scary Furia were on Skyscraper. That 7-1 was unbelievably dominant, on par with the maps we saw them play against Fluxo yesterday. So even if Black Dragons are able to win Bank, I think winning Nighthaven is a necessity, because if we do see Furia start getting comfortable, getting warmed up, it does make me scared a little bit that same decider is going to happen between the 2 series where Furia did need to warm up.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's really the thing about this series that we really need to build up, right? The fact that Furia is one of these rosters that when they are comfortable, they're one of the most dominant squads in the entire world. The fact that Black Dragons is already starting to create a rub inside of this first map bodes extremely well for them, and we hope that it continues on, because at the end of the day, folks, we're here for the entertainment. We want to see things go to max capacity, and that's what we can only hope for in between these 2. But yeah, I think that Black Dragons definitely have an opportunity, but I would 100% agree with you. I think it's 2 maps or it's no maps for them. But we'll just have to see. There's always some weird things that can end up happening, including Nade's computer just dying and us having to rehost things again.
That was good timing for you.
I'm known for that.
You just called it, literally. You hexed them. Are you a witch? Are you a warlock?
I'm a hex girl. That's what I am.
Is a hex girl a witch, or is that a different thing?
It's whatever you want it to be, man.
Do you use hex tech?
No, definitely not. Hex Girl was the band from, or the Hex Girls rather, was a band from the older Scooby-Doo movies when you were like 1.
Like the live action ones?
No, not the live action ones. It was one of the animated ones from the 90s.
Because I've seen Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. I watched that quite a few times with my grandmother.
Okay.
It's like a slime monster, and Freddie Prinze Jr. is Fred. Matthew Lillard? Matthew Willard? Matthew something Illard is Shaggy. Horrible movie. Loved it as a kid, though. God-awful movie. Loved it as a kid.
All right, this one was from Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost from 1999. There you go.
You could have done Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Brew for a rhyme, and then they said, no, we got to do Ghost. Like, come on.
They could have done Witch's Brew as well.
Like, what are we doing? This is Scooby-Doo. Yeah. We cannot just be throwing, like... I'm not gonna curse over Scooby-Doo. I can't burn a curse word over Scooby-Doo. Not on a broadcast. This is important.
Oh, man.
We can't just give half effort to a Scooby-Doo title. I can't believe 3 people DC'd the moment we got into the game. Can we just talk about that? Like, guys, it's got to be the last time. I'm laying down the law. Got to be the last time. This is the final. Furia might get knocked out. If this is going to be an 8 tech pause kind of day, you're going to have a lot of problems with me.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of problems with me, Sam.
Yeah. Our podcast format is going to take a turn for the worst, guys, and I don't know if I'm capable of stopping him.
The Hex Girls.
The Hex Girls and the Witch's Brew.
We talk about witchcraft, astrology, and I don't know.
Tarot cards. I don't know.
The history of the Chinese mixed market economy. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we're also financial relief. That's what what we are on top of all of that.
We talk a lot about import-export markets. Talk a lot about trade deficits. Don't get Sam started on the trade deficits. He gets real mad. Importing more than we're exporting to a specific country? God forbid.
Hey, all I'm going to say is tariffs. Tariffs everywhere.
Yeah, literally. Left and right. Tariffs everywhere. All over the place.
Yeah. If I'm Black Dragons, I'm tariffing Furia, dude. It's done.
True.
Every
That's
single
true.
round.
Actually, all that money on the table right there, that's Black Dragon's tariff on Furia. That's all the money they made.
Exactly.
Every single
bit. And now you know why the rounds are going this way. Fury just doesn't have the cash.
No,
You're gonna have to hit up Neymar again. Be like, hey, listen, you need to get back on a better team, Neymar. Yeah, Neymar Jr. Yes, sir.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's a huge proponent of esports. Actually, this guy is a massive lover of. Yeah, massive lover of Counter-Strike. Plays it to the point where, like, this was like last month or 2 months ago, but he was literally tweeting directly at Counter-Strike about cheaters on Counter-Strike.
Damn.
And it was just absolutely hilarious. But anyways,
Not the game, but we do have the bracket for you to look at again.
Yeah, here's the bracket, folks.
Here's a secret for you guys. When we throw out the bracket, it's not going well. Just kidding. I baited you with that. I knew we were going back to the game. I did actually know we were going back to the game. That was genuinely a bait on my part. Not to brag, but...
Not to brag or anything.
Not to brag. All right. So here's what I think we should do, okay? I'm gonna talk for 30 seconds. You do as many push-ups as you can to get back into it.
I like that.
And then you do the same to me next round.
Okay. All right, ready?
Yeah,
break.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. So, open area defense, as we can see from Furia. We have, of course, Capcan in the lineup. In the Legion, in all likelihood, to look out for any blitz play from Nux. I would assume that Furia are probably aware at some point that Black Dragons are going to be pulling out a deployable shield, but as we get into the attacker repick, they are looking like they're moving away from it, probably because they see the blitz. Now we're likely just going to run into the same stuff we kind of normally see on an open area defense. Of course, we got the Azami, we've got the smokes and all the utility. Should be 30 seconds wrapping now. How many you do?
26.
26? All right.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to do it this round because we saw a blitz, but I think we can do it this round. So now you break down whatever you want, and I'm going to start at 240, okay?
Okay, well, in 3 seconds, this man's going to be doing push-ups, and I'm going to be figuring out what the hell this entire prep phase was for because I was staring at the ground. So let's see what's going on. A lot of trap operators for the defense here, and I'm assuming it's going to be a basement offense just given the circumstances of this Black Dragons player standing over here on the entrance to garage, because otherwise, what the hell are we doing? It is the mid-floor, so you know what? It's still acceptable, folks, at the end of the day. Black Dragons are going to be bringing a pretty usual cast of characters for what you would want on this map. I especially like the Deimos getting worked in, just having a little bit more clearance for some of these more extended players. And speaking of extension, it's been about 30 seconds. How are you feeling over there, buddy?
Oh, got to 30.
Very well done. Very well done.
Now I'm back into it. Now I'm hot in this sweater. That was a really bad idea now that I think about it for me.
Yeah, doing push-ups in the fully knitted Guinness sweater. Don't know about that one.
30 push-ups in the wool sweater was not a good idea in hindsight. But, yeah, as you did say, it is a mid-floor defense. Had my headphones on the whole time. That was kind of awkward. But...
That's crazy you pulled that off. I could most definitely not do that.
But given that it's a mid-floor, we are going to see a lot of focus on this top floor roam, and I believe the first kill actually happens downstairs inside of the site. Nux is able to find the smoke, but KZ trades back quite quickly onto Hornet. And Ask, a player who walked into sight and got a crisp 3K in round 7, seems ages ago now. Likely trying to replicate some success here.
Ooh. KZ's got an entire
My bad.
setup there inside of stock, and yeah, definitely your bad, because what unfortunate for Flipox. He's going to end up getting gunned down and actually equalizing this man advantage. He thought it was as simple as getting that pick and backing off, but Black Dragons, their patience, it is a massive deal inside of this fact that they've been able to constantly poke and prod at Furia, making life just very complicated for them. That big pickup of Skylight, yet another one coming through over here on top square. Life getting complicated, Carter.
It's so weird. Like, it feels like everybody from Black Dragons who's entered the map has died, and yet they still have a 3v2. Just cutting off the rotations from Furia. Man advantage. But Herd's clearly aware that somebody might be trying to go through tellers. Wise to his own team's tricks, but he's a bit late on the rotate. Gudo is able to find KZ, and they know exactly where Herds is now. Popping shots through the beepers. One player crouched on the bomb chassis. Neither one can thread the needle enough, but Gudo, 3K for him in that round. One of the biggest players for Black Dragons this LCQ. After our lengthy tech pause, will just widen Black Dragons' lead.
Yeah, most definitely will. And I know there's probably a couple of you guys that's like, what the heck is happening for Furia right now? Why is Black Dragons capable of just pulling this across the line? I thought Furia was just world beaters. It's one of those rosters that's so stacked with talent that it doesn't even feel like you can fight any of them. It's like a pantheon of gods or something like that, right? Well, the key thing here for Black Dragons is they've got two really good things going for themselves. Number one, they've got Ask at the helm, coordinating all of these strategies for them and just making it to where they have the capacity to play up against this team, at least strategically. But what they're being able, or have been capable of, at least this far, of pulling off has been a very positive thing, and that's been the fact that they've been just constantly beating Furia over the head with the first pick. They have been able to find this time and time again off of solid patience, or some moments of just being able to spearhead in and get these big frags. This last round, a lot more patience than it was the spearhead, just simply because of, Carter pointed it out, every single Black Dragons player that entered the map ended up dying, but all the people patiently holding angles and waiting to see what the response was going to be from Furia ended up finding a lot of positivity for their team, and Black Dragons were able to work off of that quite handedly, especially when it came down to the massive man advantage that they ended up garnering there near the tail end. They eventually convert that over to a pretty nice site execute. They end up catching off the last Furia member inside of the site, because the key thing about Furia's strategies is it's a very well orchestrated setup, but a lot of the times when things start to devolve for them, people end up on two completely different stratospheres, just given the circumstances of the strategy. And there for Furia, that's the exact thing that we see. We have that player that's dedicated to the site. We have a player that's dedicated to more of a roam-centric strategy for themselves, and they're just not able to make it back to where these two planets can kind of orbit within the same galaxy. So kind of unfortunate there for Furia, but Black Dragons, that's the key thing that they've been able to find, those big moments to force Furia to not exactly be as coordinated as we would expect.
So what do you think? Must-win round for Furia here?
I think it's must-win round for Black Dragons, I'll be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
must
I think
win for 5-3. Opponent takes a tactical timeout. You say it's a must-win for Black Dragons. Why is that?
Yeah. The reason being is because Furia post-timeout, they're usually extremely dangerous. And if there's a time that you really want to nip it in the bud and make it to where they feel as though they have to move on to map 2, it's crushing them in this round. If I'm Black Dragons in this round, Carter, I'm pulling out the kitchen sink, brother, and I am chucking it their way.
I think you make a good argument, and I think if Black Dragons do, in fact, win the round here, I think the map might just be over. If they're able to crush that momentum, win 3 attacks in a row, not on 3 different bomb sites, but able to win basement twice to rip that away from the defense, which, to be fair, Fury were able to do, but only able to do once on their attacking side. Momentum will certainly be in Black Dragons' way going into their own pick of Nighthaven after this. But remember, the early game was very slow for Black Dragons before. They spent their time opening up these hatches, spent their time clearing out that utility. And if we actually look at the defense's lineup, with no Goyo packs on the board, a lot of that utility you got to worry about is actually not there.
100%. You're gonna have to worry about the smokes. You'll have to worry about the nitro from Felipox, as well as from JV92. I think this is kind of a coordinated assault here from Furia for when this does eventually start leaning towards an actual plant. Maybe toss in a few of these ice grenades and then try and make things work. Oh, Herds needed that so badly. He's going to be able to at least deal some damage to Florio, but it's really just going to nick him at the end of the day. Still has 19 HP, still capable of playing the game. Stuns in, and this is more than likely going to be a dead Herds here momentarily, as yet another will fly through. But they're going to end up actually stunning themselves. Ask will get the big kill here. A lot of damage onto Felipox, and Black Dragons trying to work their way into the bomb site now.
Good, not getting sloppy with Herds. He's playing his life. He wants to get a kill there, wants to finish off that work onto Florio, but using the time they have remaining, remembering that they have 50 seconds, still quite a bit to clear him out. That's good. But with these toxic canisters, the time is low enough. KZ will force them to put this diffuser down with 30 seconds left, or they have to charge through that smoke, try to plant in an off spot. JV92 catches the backside lurk. A huge pick for Furia. Now the guns can, generally speaking, fully train on the server side. The Banshee also delaying time to go in. Nux caught on these toxic canisters. It's forcing him to breathe in all of that gas, take all of that damage. And how Black Dragons can get out of this, I think, is impossible. He's just down on the floor, not even killed. Furia recover after the timeout.
So difficult for Black Dragons. They get the pressure, they get the pick, but they don't get the play, Carter. And there's a really big reason for that. It's very low time here from Black Dragons. Furia have a solid recognition at the fact that this is going to be a pretty low time execute, especially at the fact that KZ kind of forced Black Dragons to deal with him in server for quite some time there. Furia adjusts their lineup. They adjust that player over into Garage as well, just to make sure there's no late game finagling from Black Dragons, as that actually ended up coming through, and Furia was able to nix that player over on that end. But for Black Dragons, the big stark contrast that we saw in comparison to their last basement offense was the fact that they didn't really have the capacity to just fly into the site and get those big entries like what we saw from Ask. And that's the big play there. The fact that Ask did not have a chance, or really no player had a chance to try and get in and really try and break the back of Furia inside the bomb site, that was a huge difference maker there. No bunker buster, no dice for Black Dragons. And Furia, I mean, credit to them, Carter. They did the proper things. They brought the proper utility to make that a non-starter. You've got the smokes in play. You've got those ice grenades as well. And then on top of that, you have the Banshees too, which are just such a nuisance when it comes to trying to entry onto that site.
Furia went around. They really, really needed first win for them on the defense so far. Black Dragons were able to take 2 in a row. Of course, one, that Ask play that got them the basement round, but then a bit to be fair, slower of a round and kind of weird round for Black Dragons, but one they were still able to win just by getting and winning these 1v1s more consistently than Furia throughout round 8. And now we try CEO for the first time for both of these teams. Valkyrie Cam spotted in square. Nice little pickup from Black Dragons. Still need to be careful that nobody rotates up square later on, but it will at least allow them to know that, hey, if we destroy that, the defender that tries to flank us isn't working off that much intel if we're able to take it down. But Furia, excuse me, are not trying to overcomplicate things. They're all playing around CEO, but
oh, Herds.
That is a
Open
hell
your
of a
eyes,
drone.
Herds.
He's too focused. He's got, there we go, spots it.
Oh, it's still a little worrisome. Do they really want to try for the swing onto stock? We could see this. I'll break this open with a Selma. I think Herds had impacts. Didn't he know he had Nitro Cell here? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what they did with that. I think it ends up going off, but there for just a split second. I thought it was locked up.
A long time.
Yeah, right? But either way, that's going to be half the round here. Furia obviously very happy with how that last round went, and they're trying to go for something very similar, Carter. It's a lot of utility to try and force Black Dragons into a low time execute, and hopefully, fingers crossed, Furia capable of keeping their man count alive. That's the key thing here. You don't want to give Black Dragons any advantage at all. You want to force them into a 5-on-5 execute where you know that you more than likely are wearing the heavier gloves.
They're winning the battle of attrition on stock utility at the moment. The Kiva Barricades And the reinforcements draining all of those Selmas, draining a minute's worth of attention from Black Dragons onto that position, and they've gotten nothing for it, including a Deathmark tracker. Now a Dokkaebi call going out, still one that Gudo has in his possession. So one they can use for the execute, but nobody from Furia has been pushed out until Ask is able to find that player Janitor. Now we've got something, but Nux tries to gamble it on the marble stairs rappel. It doesn't work out, but more broadly speaking, Black Dragons able to breathe fire into the sight of CEO. Gudo continues that rampage, nade cut down, and Fellapox off the site. The worst thing you can see as a defender. A Deathmark tracker hovering in your face in a 1vx. In all likelihood, map point for Black Dragons, as there is nothing that Fellapox can do. A 2-round buffer over the world champs on their pick. Black Dragons in a comfortable spot to close out Bank.
This is a great spot for Black Dragons, man. And, you know, credit to Furia. They did everything that the strategy was asking of them. The only thing that did not go their way was the picks. They're able to at least get the 4 versus 4, but after that, it was the Black Dragon show. All of those angles that were built upon inside of lobby, window, as well as some things that we see over in the stock side, all go the way of the orange, and Black Dragons are more than happy with that, especially after they scoop out the entire side. And even in the dying moments of that, Carter, when it gets down to the 2v4 there, I mean, I'm sure you saw it. We have that exact same situation that I was talking about with Furia earlier. All of those bodies go down around the site. You have that one player inside of the site, and then we have Fellapox all the way downstairs in square. Those 2 planets that we talked about, just not really able to get inside of the same orbit, not really capable of working together. And it's just simply based off of how Furia is trying to respond in that moment. Just don't really have the opportunity in front of them to respond in a positive way, especially for Fellapox. You got a feel for him there. And Black Dragons able to really pull the wool over the eyes of Furia and take that big round. I was a little worried after the first successful defense downstairs that Furia were going to continue their tear, but Black Dragons seem more than capable of taking Bank here.
I think it's important to keep in mind, by the way, that if round 3, if KZ had not won that 1v1, Black Dragons would have just won 7-3 with that round. In all honesty, I think KZ probably should have lost that fight with the time that it seemed that castle had in taking the fight with KZ, but it's the world we live in. 6-4 still on match point. Black Dragons have done a hell of a job getting these opening picks on attack and defense, but 3 rounds in a row now they've been able to find it. Herds might be, I believe, 1-4 right now. And while I think one particular round on basement was definitely Herd specifically getting countered, a lot of it has just been Black Dragons as a whole just being really good at winning important fights against Furia, even when the attack or the defense overall is struggling. Black Dragons, as the game has gone on, just seem to have that clutch gene that Furia typically have and had in the first couple rounds. The Black Dragons, when things are going their way, are just able to win a fight, make a big play, see a huge call, and capitalize on all 3 of those. Bit of a cold war around Garage right now. Scudo worried about somebody, and Fellapox worried about somebody as well. Ask just repels into the top floor, looking to speed things up. Gudo able to get Fellapox as they get aggressive. Ask wins his fight. This is what I mean. Black Dragons hit the go button. They've got Gudo sitting in front of the default camera to lure Fellapox into a false sense of security. They get a 5v3 because of it.
The bait, the mind games from Black Dragons, it's all working out up against Furia. The only difference between this round and the many that we've seen before it is that Furia have been able to at least maintain 3 men here. So hopefully there's something that they'll be capable of. If not, Black Dragons are taking Bank pretty handedly, forcing Furia into a box that they've never really been able to get out of. Now, no call out. Continue to ring in KZ's pocket, and a huge missed moment from JV92. He overcooks it. He overswings the angle. Hornet will take him down. It's a 5 versus 2, Carter.
I think that's it. I think that's the moment. I think that's the fight you need to win if you're JV92, even if it's 1-for-1, even if it's just to make it easier. But just when I say that, KZ risks it all. Goes prone beneath the desk. This will leave Herds by himself for the time being, but might shield KZ from drones. The hatch opening up above him. Surely they do not check this. Surely with 20 seconds left, using Selmas to open that hatch, they do not check this. Herds needs to hold on. Herds needs to win. That's Diffuser! That's Diffuser! Drop Cafeteria! He hops out. KZ with 2! KZ with 3! But but KZ missing the one that mattered most. The gamble pays off until the very last second. Black Dragons steal bank nonetheless.
Oh my. Oh my. You know, I thought for a split second, Carter, I might need to crack a energy drink or something like that, but I didn't expect an entire just adrenaline dump at the very last second of that round. And, you know, credit where credit's due. That was a wild position from KZ. They were crawling under that desk and risking it all. I think it's really one of the only plays they had at their disposal in a moment like that, Lynx, and they tried to get it to go off without a hitch. But, I mean, that's the thing in a moment like that. It's a, 2 versus 5 at that moment in time. Black Dragons have so many resources, folks, to work with, and that's the key thing. Usually inside of these rounds, Furia is good for at least 1, maybe 2 inside of the opening moments of a round, but they have not been able to find their mark up against Black Dragons, and BD has been making the absolute most of it.
Well, if your heart was not going before that final round, mine certainly is now, but Black Dragons have stolen Furia's pick away from them 7-4, and we have Nighthaven as our next map. But do not go anywhere. We'll have Jacob and Ann to break that map down right after this.
BKS. Passou drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Getalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo, surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Getalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Coming in, coming in, coming in. Watch out, watch out.
Did you like it? Then buy it.
Por cima do Hash tem ele. Caiu agora um jogador. Stamp cai e Mitrix também. Hash vai tentando surpreender pelas costas. Raps tem a proteção do escudo, são 3 jogadores na frente dele. Olha o perigo. Hash ainda na frente. Surpreende o Lenda. São 2 agora. Vai puxar shotgun. Puxar shotgun para tentar pegar de surpresa. Pega o primeiro. Vai pro segundo. Belíssimo trabalho do Red.
LCQs the world over have all been about upsets and crazy stuff happening. I am all for the chaos, but Furia absolutely are not. Their map pick, the one map in this series they absolutely should have won based on the way the Veto went. They lose. Black Dragons hold with it, win most of their attacks, only allowing one of them to slip off the back of a Furia timeout. Suddenly, this entire series is looking like Black Dragons in the online era might just have an opportunity to make land.
And especially how we said that the second and third map might even play out better in their favor. And going back in the pre-show, well, I said that Bank wasn't the greatest map for Black Dragons, but I owe you an apology because I wasn't really familiar with your game on this map. What an impressive performance, specifically on the attacks from them. Gudo is again having a very good game, but I don't know how they managed to get the confidence like this, but it is showing. Round 7, it was a downstairs take, the first attack in round for Black Dragons, and Ask just walks in like he owns the place. Through the breach, walks in, gets a triple kill. Absolutely huge performance from him. And then that final round, I mean, we'll get to it once again just to relive the emotions and go through it once again, but such a good play potential from KZ, but Ask is there to save the day to get that really important 1v1. To see that hype from the players afterwards in the cameras is something that I really wanted to see too. They know they have the potential to do something crazy here, and they seem very hyped for it.
And again, this game could have been over earlier. Black Dragons had the potential to be on match point far sooner than they did. Had it not been for KZ winning the 1v1 against Guto on round 3, there was every chance for Black Dragons to have advanced this game far faster than they did, and they still win it 7-4. There's enough leeway in there for them to make another mistake on another attack round, and they still would have been able to win this in regulation. That's how well played this entire map was start to finish. The only question I had was how good were their attacks going to be? Would they end up being the difference maker? And they were, but I wasn't thinking they were going to win 4 out of 5. That's totally out of character for a BD team that struggled on attacks yesterday and only won by winning the bare minimum on attack. Here, they absolutely overachieved, and the potential for that to happen on map 2 or 3 now looms large for Furia. They really need to psych themselves back into this game because it looked like they had opportunities to win and still lost close round after close round. This 4K from KZ was so close, but no cigar. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Black Dragons are a map away from Montreal.
That is absolutely insane to say that, but this is something I was curious for as well. Look at that. Ask on the entry. 5-0. I think this has happened quite a few times where they created just the entry for themselves, can initiate the round without even really using shields or anything like that. That doesn't really seem like it's key for Black Dragon's playstyle, even though it's a very common thing that we see right now in this meta. Furia as well, I gave him a little bit of slack for being the only negatively rated player on this roster after the first LCQ game, but he has 100% cost inside this game. Super important to show up in such consistency for his team as well. It just seems like they get everything right. They have all their boxes ticked. And whereas when we talked to Philippox yesterday and he complimented his team or said he was most proud of the teamwork, that doesn't really seem to be the case, because so often do we see Furia have to fight off the back of an opening death, but they just don't seem to be able to do that inside this game here.
Fluxo were playing shields a lot against Furia yesterday, and it looked like Furia were just hard countering them, but Furia not having to play against shields now means it feels like there's one less step they have to worry about, and they're tripping over themselves and trying to win as many of these defensive rounds as possible. Again, only getting one defense on bank is a huge problem, but they're going to be able to psych themselves back into this game because they're heading to labs. They've got defense first. This is BD's pick. Both teams are 1-3 on labs over the course of the regular stage, but the last time Furia played it, they lost it to Elevate Academy. The last time BD played it was the 7-5 win over E1 in their first quarterfinal map that started them on. Remember, Black Dragons have now won 5 maps straight in this LCQ, not counting the ones that they played in open qualifier playoffs to get to this point here. They have been winning since the end of the regular stage and have not stopped. So now it's up to Furia to find a way to slow this train down, because they're one map away from their land streak getting broken.
That's definitely the position that they want to find themselves in. However, I think the bright side for Furia here is that if they take a Nighthaven lap similar to what they do with Clubhouse, or we didn't see Clubhouse for a little bit of a time from the side of Furia, and then we spoke to Philippox after they played Clubhouse and said, oh, we took it, we fully reworked it, we came up with some new ideas on it, and we definitely improved on this map. They could do the same for Nighthaven laps, but the amount of time that they would have had to do that would have been from Thursday to now, so give or take 3 days. That really isn't a lot of time, so you gotta hope that there is something that Furia can show us today here.
I'm also not opposed to a series where both teams were to win their opponent's map picks. If it's total chaos by Black Dragons winning, that's one thing. If it's us getting to map 3 off the back of both teams winning the map that their team or their opponent took into this series, then it's going to be really, really close. And overall, if they were to go to Skyscraper, remember, that's a map that Black Dragons have permabanned so far through this stage. So if BD were to lose their own pick, then we have to hope that they've saved something. They've got some strats ready for Skyscraper, because they haven't played it all stage with this lineup. They're still looking for their first win or their first play on it, and it has to go according to plan. Meanwhile, Furia do still have a little bit of footage on Skyscraper if we were to go that far, because they've played it 4 times this stage, but that's for later. For now, Furia have to focus on a good labs defense and not let how fast and penetrating those bank attacks were carry over into labs.
Yeah, but we're seeing the cameras from the Furia players as well, and where you'd expect them to be maybe a bit unhappy with the way that things went in that previous map, or a bit frustrated rather, doesn't really seem like that's the case. I mean, the players are just looking happy. It looked like they were laughing, just talking to their coach. So it seemed like they probably have this idea, okay guys, we can bounce back. We were here before, similar in that Elevate Academy game, right, where we lost the first map and we eventually brought it back. That midway point of the second map was a huge turning point for that team. So I'm pretty sure that Philippox and the guys feel like they can do this again here.
It's really fun watching a team like this play up to their potential. We knew what Ask was capable of. He's been to LAN before, but Gudo stepping up in his first year as a competitive player in a context like this is absolutely massive. And for guys like Hornet and Florio to look like they're really getting back into the lobby in the right way is exactly the time they need to do it right now. Black Dragons winning ways are certainly working really well for them right now, but Furia are still the world champions. They've been to LAN 8 straight times, and now they're trying to jump into their 9th straight. Is it possible? Are we going to map 3, or are Black Dragons about to end that streak right here, right now? Lynx and Stokes are on for Nighthaven Labs.
Real question is, are Furia on for Nighthaven? I think that is what is at everybody's lips, on everybody's mind. Are Furia already come back from a best of 3, 2-1 in their first game of the LCQ, able to do it against a stronger, hotter, and fiercer opponent in Black Dragons today. Sam, this is BD's pick, and that, of course, is something that I imagine, even with the smiles, is on Furia's mind.
Carter, there's a lot of things that are going into this series right now. A lot of different ways that this could shake out. We could have Furia continuing their dynasty, continuing their major streak with being able to close out this best of 3 and heading to Montreal. That's going to take a little bit of heavy lifting, as it will require them to take these last 2 maps. But on the other side of the coin, folks, everybody in chat right now, do you like being a part of history? Do you like being there in the moment when big things happen? Well, I hope you do, because if Black Dragons take this away from Furia, if they take Night Haven Labs, not only does that punch their ticket to the Montreal Major, but that also means that they steal away the light from Furia. They steal away that spotlight in a very convincing way. In a way that I don't think a lot of us were prepared for. Even with this best of 3, I think a lot of people coming into this today, including myself, I'll be honest, thought of this as a foregone conclusion, thought of this as something where it was, just simply, something we had to work our way through. It was going to be Furia at the end of the day, no matter what. And yet we sit here with a pretty solid bank under Black Dragon's belt, and some potential for them to not only take this series, but take it in a 2-0 fashion. Furia have a lot to do. There's a lot to be said here on Night Haven Labs, and it's all going to start with this top floor defense.
The game's not even started, and our producer's already coping. He has put W7M's comeback against FaZe on Night Haven in the production chat. Listen, let's be honest, Sam. You got to acknowledge that Furia do have a pretty extensive history on this map. The Black Dragons are in a very, very comfortable position right now on their pick, 1-0 in the series. And as you said, I think the idea of knocking off the world champs, that is something they find very, very appealing. Operator lineup for Black Dragons. Operator bans, actually, to talk about. We see the Monty ban from Furia and the Thatcher ban from Black Dragons. On the attacking side, could make things a little bit difficult for them. Furia running no real breach denial aside from the Mute Jammers this time. So the Exothermic, the Selmas should find pretty comfortable purchase onto these exterior breaches, the IT and the connector breach. Shock Drone also inside of IT, I believe, waiting to see if any Zoto canisters go out. And also just able to shock anything actually inside of these breaches. We'll find a Vulcan pack as well. Really, this is all set up to try and get those Yings, those Grims into the site in the late round.
Yeah, Black Dragons just making sure that they get rid of these pieces of utility that could be a big nuisance, like you were saying later on down the line. Already got the IT breach open, as Mute was the only guy being able to hold those up. Black Dragons just trying to make sure that there isn't going to be some wild swing here from Furia, as we usually see. They like to pick and choose their moments and look for these picks, and we know how solid of a squad they are when it comes to Night Haven and pulling off exactly that. The mirror window here will get punched up, and a prepared KZ will send some shots over towards the single for Catwalk. It's going to be patience here from Furia, as they are going to have to wait idly by and try and just play things out to the limit of the bomb site whilst Black Dragons are finishing this setup.
Still have so much of their utility. Tried to use one Candela to bait out some rotations from Furia, who did not really bite, or if they did, were able to get away without suffering a single bit of damage. So still a 5v5, everyone at full HP. Black Dragons are lacking a little bit of a second dimension right now, pushing in from just IT and Garage. Can be a bit of a recipe for disaster, but Ask thinks he might have found something. He'll push in behind the cracked mirror window, 2 people to his left, but he will hold passive, wait to see if anybody rotates across, but they're clearly ready for it. Herd's tucked behind the bomb chassis. Ask not able to make his lurk work today. They go into Garage for the trade, but Hornet flying blind. KZ rotates, reacts, and shuts down the oncoming Twitch, and with the shotgun close, Furia facing no hurdles on round 1. Black Dragons feeding bodies to the guns of Furia one by one by one. Goyo canister pops. Will Gudo even get something to make this? No, not even close. It's a flawless round for Furia, and they are back in it.
Things you don't want for 200, Carter. Black Dragons get just thrown immediately into the flames in round one. Furia, with a insane level of patience, are able to put Black Dragons into a pretty bad spot. Yeah, they're able to get at least the breach open, but past that, not really too much to be said. It was Furia time and time again, getting the big picks, getting the big plays, and making life an absolute hell for Black Dragons inside of round one. A flawless victory for Furia, and that's exactly how you want to start off these defenses here on Nighthaven Labs, given the circumstances of how important this map is to the future of Furia.
Combined with the I would say upbeat spirits we saw on Furia's Space Camps going into the game, even just a win is a good bit of reassurance that it's still going to be a competitive game, or still could be a competitive game, but a flawless, even better. Never going to complain about not dropping a single body on your first win on your opponent's pick. Basement defense now, after Furia win the second floor. Castle in play will show that there will be a pretty solid extension onto the middle floor. Castle barricades thrown around, and Furia in all likelihood trying to defend the cargo, supply, or security position on the middle floor, but especially around these staircases, specifically cargo stairs, where we see Furia, or Herd specifically, creating a rotate.
And for Black Dragons, just going to continue to try and stick to their guns, stick to their strategy. A little bit of an adjustment. I mean, after I said that, you have the Blitz come in. That's something that could bode extremely well for them. Really like this adjustment here, especially when it comes to this downstairs site. Just have something that you can be a little bit more aggressive with, get in the face of Furia and not run as many risks as you normally would with any other operator. For Black Dragons, they'll definitely be happy about that. Furia, though, aren't going to have their extension as we would normally see on a bomb site of similar circumstances. Blitz is going to be the first one in the building. They have castle barricades here, but they also have an Ash to boot, and they're going to break open the single panel. And remember, this Blitz, he did have the bomb there for just a split second, but it's actually going to be on Florio instead to put this case down. And the Blitz, a bang-up job of clearing out space, and that's all that's necessary, Carter. He doesn't need to kill anyone. Nux just needs to be annoying. That's all you need, and he needs to stay alive. But he turns up on Nade and brings it down to a 4 versus 4 in the post plant.
JV in such a difficult spot. He'll duck for cover, but Nux on a reign of terror. This Blitz has been hit or miss for Black Dragons and a lot of teams in Brazil, but Nux is popping off. Double kill so far. Looking for 3 as 2 defenders start swarming around the diffuser. Herd's able to take him down, but so much time has been wasted. They need to cover Fellapox on this diffuser. They all line up for Hornet. Double kill for Black Dragons. And close on the shotgun, doesn't matter. Gudo from behind will tie the game early on.
And that's a clean strategy from Black Dragons, man. They recognize the space, they recognize the gap, Carter, and they exploit it to its fullest. That's what we expect out of a roster like this. That's what we expect out of Ask. When he gets that information back to him, he has to make calls like that, folks. They see that gap, they take it, and they win a big round because of it. Remember, they just came off of a flawless round from Furia. They didn't get a single kill. They didn't really get a single thing that they wanted inside of that first round, and they still had the ability, they still had the confidence in themselves to push themselves into round 2 in that convincing way. Very well done to them. They're going to stick the Blitz around just for now. Could still have some adjustments coming in. We already have the adjustment off of the Striker onto Thermite. But hey, I think it's going to be a war in between these two here on Nighthaven.
Especially if Black Dragons can peak with that Blitz usage, or that Blitz usage right at the right time. It's been...
Yeah, I don't know about Blitz. I think they're all the way in OC.
Yeah. But if they can really get this Blitz usage down at the right time, because, and it's kind of ironic, we saw E1 kind of like be the first team to the punch in Brazil all the way back in stage 1, make that run off of the back of their shield usage. And then nobody aside from Liquid has really been able to get that same stride and play the shield well. Even Black Dragons, when they tried to play it yesterday, a lot of the rounds they played it, they still lost. Now, to be fair, it was on consulate, which can be a bit difficult, but now they've run it once. They've won the round. They brought it in. Moving to the middle floor now, there are a lot of options you could go for here. You could send him in through the cargo window, Sam. You know what we often see, that single window. You open IT up above and he tries to create space there, or they could try to clear out the roam with him. Either way.
Either way, more than likely going to be something that is a positive tone for Black Dragons and something they will want to continue on singing. This top floor setup definitely going to be something they want to try and deal with. A lot more verticality and positive positions built up for Furia when it comes to this top floor right now. And start comparison to what we saw in that last round, I think Furia really thought that Black Dragons was going to try and deal with them on that roam, and they really did not have the capacity to try and stop a plant the way that we saw Black Dragons going for things, and caught Furia completely off guard. But now, more than likely prepared for something of the sort, especially when it comes to this mid-floor bomb site. Black Dragons not feeling as though this is going to be something that's too risky, and little K-swap there for Gudo, but that's not really the main story right now. The main story is going to be Ask here on Catwalk, as he'll break up that mirror window and start trying to open up barrels for our blitz.
Oh, Nade completely caught off guard.
Hello?
Shot in the back of the head. Mira beat to death against the walls of Nighthaven. The blitz has got to recover, but these vertical angles still strong. That's the problem. When you're attacking this bomb site, you might get that control. But with the vertical angles, I just realized the diffuser's down. What? In the dead of night, in the cover of the blitz, Black Dragons move us into a post, and Furia, who think they've recovered, and now got to find a way to march down to that middle floor while the Grim's outside of Garage, one player far outside of IT. And Bellapox, one bullet away from death. KZ will creep close. The nade banked, lands right at his feet, forces him off for the briefest of seconds. Hornet down below too, able to cover this diffuser as Bellapox tries to go for the retake. He baits it. He falls soon after. Nothing that JV92 can do. Black Dragons, 2 in a row, take the lead on Nighthaven.
And if you haven't been convinced enough about how crazy shields are in the current meta, here is yet another chapter inside of this book, Carter. This blitz practically appears out of the ether inside of barrels. I'll be so honest with you, I don't know what the hell Nade was looking at. He just gets caught completely off guard by blitz on his rear flank, and he just gets gunned down. He didn't even have to flash him, Carter. I mean, the guy turned around and there was just a German pistol in his jaw. Like, that was just ridiculous. And then he bullies the hell out of Herds too. Like, completely opens up barrels. Oh, what a
like
moment there for BD.
It's like in the Matrix when Trinity goes up to the back of Agent Smith. It's just like, dodge this.
You filthy casual. Dodge this.
Black Dragons, a very, very strong set of rounds to respond to Furia's flawless beginning.
No, Nux, don't go away from it. It's been so good. It's been so good.
I mean, the ironic thing is we've got no goo mines. We've got no Banshees. This actually would have been a pretty good setup to go for that blitz. I mean, there is, of course, you need to respect the hard breach denial, need to respect the Vulcan packs. When it comes to the utility that Black Dragons have, there's not a lot to necessarily directly deal with that, but I'm of a similar mind to you. Kind of want to see if we can push that on the second floor a little bit more.
Listen, man, I'm one of those guys is just like, all right, we're gonna keep running this until either we've won the game or it stops working. Like, you're gonna prove to me, Carter, that you can stop it from happening. And like, I do not care. So for Black Dragons, I respect it. I really do, because like, really, when it comes down to it, this is one of those things where they expect the adjustment out of Furia. You expect a roster of this caliber to constantly be keeping those brain cogs turning and expecting them to bring something to the table that will thwart your game plan. But you know, as Carter pointed out, Furia haven't exactly done that through operator choice. They could definitely do it through different ways, especially when it comes to this top floor. There's a lot of different bottlenecks and that kind of stuff that the Blitz would have to work through. And the main thing about Blitz in comparison to Montang is that you are still at risk from a lot of different angles, especially when it comes to your shoulders. Even if you're crouched, there's some ways for the defenders to get some bullets around that shield and get some solid damage into you. But yet again, oh, Furia, we have got to stop just trying to rotate around this map lackadaisically. We are not worried about Black Dragons on these angles, and it is severely punishing us. That's 2 big kills going the way of the offenders, and all just off of solid patience.
Speaking of patience, Ask has creeped up into IT off of the back of that now that the Garage player has fallen.
Another one?
Oh, Gudo. Trying to flirt with the player on Aqua Stairs. Meanwhile, the round is being won by the breach. Nux might fall, but Bellapox is trying to fight a 1v1 that frankly does not matter at all.
Nope.
Ask will trade him out. Black Dragons are looking an awful lot like their opponents. They have stolen their thunder. They dropped the blitz, and it's the most dominant round they've won so far.
Wow. Wow. And again, all just based off of the early moments here from Black Dragons. Furia folks are trying to play exactly like themselves. This is just the opposite side. This is the bad look of what can happen when you are going for a play style like this, Carter. You know, it's really awesome when Furia just shows up in you know, these moments where you're like, how did this guy even get here? How is he getting all of these kills? But the reverse side of that is what we're seeing now. Black Dragons, with this solid patience, are finding Furia going for these plays, finding them going for these rotations and trying to get in front of Black Dragons. But they're already set up on a lot of these different angles, and it is severely punishing Furia. All you're doing is shooting yourself in the foot right now when you're going for these rotations. In fact, if you really think about what we've seen so far through these 4 rounds, Carter, the most successful round, the round that Furia won, what was the stark contrast in comparison to what we've been seeing? They were the ones that were being patient. They were the ones that were forcing Black Dragons into actually going for an execute, actually trying to build up and get themselves into the building. All of these other rounds have been Black Dragons either finding a huge gap on that basement setup that we saw, or simply being patient and waiting to see how Furia is going to respond to them, doing simple tasks around the map, getting IT open, breaking open some windows for angles, doing your usual task list. And they're just catching Furia off when they're going for those plays to try and fend up against what BD's going for around the map. It's very well done, but it's very tasteful. That's the thing. They're not going for something super grandiose, and it's working extremely well for them.
Black Dragons are just playing a very good game right now. I mean, it just seems to be a running theme in Brazil. These last place teams that figure it out, they go through fire, they bounce back. It was Liquid last stage, who might not have gotten last, but faced an abysmal stage for their standards and were able to tweak their game, figure things out, not only make top 4 at Manchester, but look like one of the top 2 teams in Brazil going into Montreal. And Black Dragons have found themselves in a similar position, losing every game, not a single win in the group stage. And now against Furia, 1 map up, they are looking so good. Adjustments from Furia on this defense. As Black Dragons stick with the blitz, Furia have brought out all the stops, Sam, when it comes to traps. We got F-Knots for the Fenrir. We got Goo Mines from the Legion. The EDDs, just to make it that much more annoying. They are saying, nope, you are not getting a free plant tank this time.
There it is. Oh, worrisome there on that drone, but they will end up checking JV92. They do know that he's upstairs and he's got some friends to boot. They brought some reinforcements for some of these outside walls. That'll make life easier for these roamers so they don't have to worry about the immediate access. But I think Black Dragons, they're going to go about things in a different way. Instead of going for those main breaches, they're going to send Blitz flying down the back stairwell. And this is going to more than likely completely catch off the Furia members. But as soon as I say that, what? A huge moment here up against the Blitz, and somehow, some way, Furia... My God, a flawless round. They cannot get it done unless it's perfect, I guess. That's going to be their second round, and that basement defense goes off flawlessly. What recognition out of Black Dragons, or rather Furia, up against BD to be able to take them down and shut down that huge play.
I think there was a bit of disrespect from Black Dragons up against Furia. I mean, I think... we got a little cocky that round, Sam, if I'm going to be honest. We try to go for a different rush, but a rush nonetheless. But what we're running into, as opposed to before, where they walked into Animus, the window and the door was castle barricaded, so they skeleton key open the soft wall, then sprint into sight after that. This time, we run down cargo where there are feet holes right there that the defense can light you up through. There's just one guy pushing the breach with a mirror window, uncracked, uncleared, watching it completely. Sure, Furia only had 2 people on site again, but now you're actually pushing a direction or 2 directions that they are actively watching. I think Black Dragons have started to feel the momentum a little bit too hard in that round and didn't give Furia enough respect on that setup.
Yeah, I don't hate the strategy. I really don't, especially because like the cargo stairs were pretty clear there, right? It's just about how those initial skirmishes go. It just so happens that Furia won all of the skirmishes, Carter, and that will definitely complicate things, won't it? And that's exactly what we see. Black Dragons put a lot of value into that rush, and it just goes unwarranted. There's just not any value that's really built off the back of that. Again, don't hate the strategy, but I mean, I can most definitely hate the result, can't I? And that's what we see here. Furia now starting to apply some different pieces of utility in the dying moments of this half, and this might be a really big moment for them as they're able to keep things over on Connector locked up, creating that bottleneck that we talk about a lot when it comes to this space.
Have used one exothermic already, might have opened the IT breach as a result, and they also know that Bandit is actively tricking on this Connector side, but as he's droned, I think it makes the smart call for the moment. We'll put both batteries down, hang around, see if anybody's actually pushing him, and if he has to back off, the attack will have to clear both of those batteries off the wall. JV92 spotting a key drone as he's holding a tight but aggressive angle on that electrical window. JV92 does finally back off, and they've got time to reinforce off Connector and will retreat fully into the site and place those two batteries at the bottom of those two reinforcements. They have done a good job so far outplaying Black Dragons when it comes to this utility, and Black Dragons probably won't be in the site for another 45 seconds at least.
At least have some solid positioning here over on the Connector side. Reinforcements already put up. A very creative way of dealing with this. If it ends up working, we'll explain things, but sometimes it's a little bit too close, and that's why I held my breath, Carter. You need to space things out just a little bit. That electrification, I know it seems like it's only
flat.
just on the wall, but yeah, it is not flat. It's got a little girth to it, all right? And that's the big thing there. You gotta worry about that, and it ends up eating up that exothermic there. So unfortunate for Black Dragons, but if you thought the bottleneck was bad earlier, folks, it's even worse now. Black Dragons have got to win out in a very convincing way when it comes to the gunfights, and it needs to happen right now. Two big ones, but two big kills back. It's a 3 versus 2.
Make that a 3v1 as KZ's able to cut down Ass. Gudo will spot one and really soften up that Malusi quite extensively. The castle lining up right next to him, but there's too many angles to worry about. Furia recover from a really scary position after round 4. They take 2 in a row and tie the game going into the side swap.
I mean, that was a very scary half from Furia, and I think that that's the best that they could really offer. A 3-3 will definitely make it to where you're a little bit calmer. The nerves aren't nearly, biting at you as much as they would be. And that's the main thing. Like, you really want to have a cool head coming into your offensive side after such a crazy half as to what we just witnessed. And as for Black Dragons, I mean, you're still cool as a clam, man. I mean, there's not really too much to worry about when it comes down to this. You have a lot of runway to try and figure this out up against Furia. And really what you're doing at this moment in time, Carter, is you're just poking and prodding. You're trying to figure out exactly what is working up against Furia, what isn't. What do you want to try and, bait out maybe a little bit, deeper into not only this map, but maybe the, map going further if Furia does end up taking this. Just kind of try and set yourself up for success in that way. What do you want to tell us straight? What do you want to kind of keep in that back pocket for something later on down the line? All things rolling around the head of Black Dragons right now, on top of what they want to be setting up in this basement. And this is going to be the big call from Ask that are going to start things downstairs, whereas we usually end up seeing people start on that top floor. But this bomb site, definitely no slouch either.
No, not at all. Though, a bit surprising that we will not have the presence of the Mira on this site. We saw that the presence of one Black Mirror was able to entirely shut down a rush from Black Dragons in round 5. It's also a pretty just common operator for a lot of different strategies. You could go roaming or otherwise, especially roaming though. Black Dragons will focus more on the actual utility with the Bandit batteries and the Vulcan packs, the Butte Jammers too, though a lot of those seem to be placed on the roam at the moment. There will be a decent bit of mid-floor presence, and when I say decent, try 80% of the defenders currently on the middle floor, though I imagine Hornet might rotate back once he's done placing those Mute Jammers. But still a lot of players from Black Dragons off-site, despite not a lot of tools actually on the site to necessarily stop an oncoming rush. All right.
Nux to strike first, and I believe he hopped out for that as well. That's going to be a big kill as well. JV92 goes down. That's the Dokkaebi gone. Carter, you still have the Lion, but in comparison, these utilities are just worlds away from each other when it comes down to actually being able to make something happen off of it. With Lion, I mean, the EE1Ds are great, but you really want some, extra info to back that up. You really want to know where these players are so you can abuse them when they can't move. But as of right now, it's Black Dragons that is making the most of round 7.
You just get to start off with the 5v4. You can feel a little bit more emboldened to fall back quickly. It's what Ask has certainly done. They've left the top floor. A lot of them have left the middle floor too. And if they haven't, they are right around staircases where they can retreat the moment Furia actually start applying pressure. The attack has not really been able to enter the building that substantially. Fellapox has moved in, KZ outside the window, and the defense basically almost leaves. Once again, Ask could be able to play aggressive and go for the retake, but Black Dragons have all backed off to these staircases.
I do believe we still had one player potentially over in like command center or control, whatever that mid-floor room is called over on the far end that attaches to barrels. But we'll just have to see. I think he actually did just end up rotating back. They see the phone down here from their player that ended up going down earlier on and some other things too. But this is getting a little scary just because Furia is taking a little bit of time. But hey, when it comes down to it, we've seen a million executes go off at sub-minute in Siege, so nothing to be too scared of just yet, but does make you antsy when you're down a player already and there's still some utility to boot. They have all 3 smokes still remaining. You got nitro cells out the wazoo. Carter, I'm worried for Furia.
I mean, I am too. You mentioned the toxic canisters, the Vulcan packs, and of course, you know, we got C4s, but my big worry too, just 2 shotguns can hold these staircases, play aggressively, or up one of the choke points that Furia are going to have to push through. This roam has worked perfectly, even if they didn't get that opening pick, in just wasting Furia's time. And there's no gap to exploit. There's no place to run up and get a big kill. Nate will be able to use the verticality and cut down Ask, but the broader site setup is still intact. Hornet will shut down Herds at the bottom of Exo stairs, and they just have to run through the flames the moment they dissipate. Time this perfectly. KZ needs to cover. There's nothing he can do. C4 lands at the exact feet of KZ. Black Dragons easily win the round after.
I'm just so very impressed. I'm just sitting here processing what we're witnessing here from Black Dragons, and it really is a masterclass up against Furia. This is no small time game either, Carter. This is a really, really big deal. This is for, I mean, really, when you consider Furia being inside of this is for the future of Brazil and what the entire, you know, playground really looks like. Who's the king of the castle, right? And for Furia, it's been them for a very long time. They did not even really expect to be here. They expected to already be at Montreal, but instead they have to play through an LCQ, and now they have to deal with a dominant Black Dragons. And not only that, but a Black Dragons that have done their goddamn homework. I mean, they look really good up against Furia. I love what they're bringing to the table, because really it's sound strategy with a mix of really solid players, man. They know when to step up to the plate. They know when to go for these big plays, and not only that, but they know how to exploit Furia. That round is a perfect example right there. They have that, you know, good roam game going on. They waste a lot of time. They get their big pickup, and then immediately when that happens, they get off the gas. They put it on cruise control, and they just let it ride. Furia have to try and go for that clear. They have to try and go for that execute, but they have to do it against the full breadth of what Black Dragons has to offer, and it's just too much to overcome.
It is, and I think for me, you know, while they are definitely playing sound strategically, I just think the confidence in this moment is really the positive I'm looking at the most for Black Dragons, or that I'm appreciating the most, because, you know, when you're led by a veteran like Ask, we saw success from you in stage 1. It's certainly good, but this is some of the stuff we did expect from you last stage, and you're just kind of showing that again now. But being able to play confidently against Furia, go for those picks against JV92, Herds, and KZ, that shows that they are not fearing whatsoever. Herds, look at this angle above the Mav line. Mir flirted with that just for a second, but backs off, and Ask also forced to retreat. Will take a bit more time, but you pay that price for security and peace of mind. You can open up that right panel and now get to focus on other more important things. But Nade dies in the quiet. Sounds like one shot embeds itself into the head of the ace. It's a small thing, but that's diffuser gone too.
That's a massive moment. Nate has had so many plays for this Furia roster throughout the last couple of days, and even inside of map 1, he was one of those players that you could hang your hat on and say, hey, well, at least Nate's still around to get something going here for them. Now that Furia don't still have a few of those, you know, operators and few of those players that can still show up when the time's necessary, but Nate definitely one of those guys that you will sorely miss, especially when Furia was not capable of getting something back across the line. And that's the big thing. You have to take these moments that you get up against Furia like this, and you have to run with it. That's why we see Black Dragons just keep this advantage. They don't want to try and gamble anything else. They don't want to try and gamble anymore because Furia, they love the casino, don't they, Carter?
They do. The slot machine, the roulette table, they will always try and change their odds just a little bit and make their own luck. The Black Dragons 2 times now have got a 5v4 and just backed off, giving them no opportunities whatsoever.
No way.
Velopox down 2. Might be from a C4 from Florio, I'm not entirely sure, but it's just another thing that Furia have to deal with. Another headache provided by Black Dragons. They can pick him back up. Shotgun gets the Brava, can easily pick up Velopox on that long angle. Flawless Black Dragons first. No tactical timeout for Furia, and it's looking like this streak since Charlotte might finally be broken by Black Dragons.
This is absolutely absurd. This is absolutely ridiculous. Does Furia even have a timeout still? I can't remember if they've taken it. They've taken it already.
Round 4.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. 2-round differential here for Black Dragons. They're in the driver's seat right now, folks. You have to think about the headspace whenever it comes to a moment like this of any team, but specifically, especially the headspace of Furia right now. Carter just said it himself. They have been on a streak of not only LAN events, but being one of the most successful rosters, let alone in the world, in Brazil, that we've seen in quite some time. And now you are sitting on the edge of not making a major event, period. After such an insane run where you've constantly been touted as the best of the best. Everybody wants to be like you. And this might be it. It might be here in October that finally the ride stops for Furia. Especially after what we've seen inside of this LCQ alone, Carter. A lot of crazy moments, a lot of crazy plays. I mean, if you would have just talked to us yesterday after that game, and you and I both, I know exactly what we would have said. We'd be like, it is, if Furia's playing like this is easy. Easy as pie.
I think I literally said that. Like, I think I literally said that after the Fluxo game. I was like, if Furia are playing like this, they're making the major. Like, I was right along with you. I was for sure that with the way Furia playing yesterday, they'd make it work. And today, I mean, they're not playing at that level, but they're not even playing bad. Herds had a lot of opening deaths last time, or in the last map, but it wasn't really necessarily like a him problem. He just happened to be the victim of an overall trend from Black Dragons. He's 2-1 right now on the entry. He's doing a good job here, but Velopox and Nade last map dropped off. JV92 this time. Black Dragons are just making all the right moves against an opponent that is struggling to read them. And to get match point, they would need to win 3 defenses in a row, a flawless rotation. And what do you see right now? Black Dragons aren't getting aggressive. They're holding the top floor, but they are right by Aqua Stairs, likely with somebody watching the window down below, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Dokubi call might go out, but Black Dragons are not going to give Furia even a single opportunity, not an opening in the world to capitalize off of it.
And that's exactly it, right? That's the thing. Furia have done a very good job strategically of trying to play up against Black Dragons, but in turn, Black Dragons have done a bang-up job of playing things out in the proper manner up against Furia. The things that Furia want, Black Dragons is not giving to them. Furia are having to do the absolute most right now just to get something minimal, something that we would expect out of Furia, which is a moment like this. It took them half the round to get this pick onto Ask, but now they have this pressure. They have some semblance of information on this top floor, and this is starting to look like more of a Furia round by the second.
Hornet is playing so aggressively. They know he's here. Gudo is able to find Herds, but KZ on that punch hole, able to spot the feed behind the desk. Able to trade out that death from Herds. Huge kill for KZ to maintain that advantage. Florio's rotated down below. Furia very focused on the actual bomb site right now, aiming to put this diffuser down. They've got the angles. They definitely got it the better. What the hell? They just spot a smoke rotating in front of the window. Nux dies in a bit of a silly way. There's that C4 from Gudo, but we still got the one from Florio down below. The Bandit needs to hold on. The C4 has been placed down beneath. What can Gudo do? It is ripped. They have to win this off gunfights. Florio's got to rotate up and support his team. And Fellapox is hunting down below. A 1v2, shoots the Candela. Big moment for Gudo, but he's not able to land any shots on that close angle. Florio joins him in the moment as Fellapox is down below. It's a 1v2 that the Ying just barely wins. Fellapox finding a key angle in a moment to support his team and stop Black Dragons from taking match point.
And this is what I've been talking about, Carter. Look at how complicated Black Dragons is making this for Furia. Even when Furia gets their advantage, Black Dragons is forcing it down to the very last second of these rounds, forcing it down to its absolute limit time and time again. And fortunately enough for Furia's sake, I mean, they keep it close enough. They keep the man advantage positive enough to where they're able to work themselves around the map in a, big enough fashion to where they're able to pull it across the line. But man, is Black Dragons forcing the work out of Furia right now.
That makes you wonder if Ask doesn't get cut off on that rotation back. If KZ maybe doesn't find Nux just sitting in front of that barricade. Might be a huge different situation. Might be a victory, might be match point for Black Dragons, but Furia able to find those important engagements, narrow the lead just by 1 round. It's the first time Furia have won an attack on Nighthaven Labs. Remember, no tactical timeout while Black Dragons still have theirs. So even if Furia win this next one, Black Dragons can reset for the next 2 defenses. How will Furia move into Nighthaven now? How will they deal with this middle floor? They really struggle to have an impact on that roam as Nux got an opening pick, and then the rest of the defense just backed off within a minute and a half, gave them nothing.
Well, it's going to be a reset of strategy here from Black Dragons. They haven't been really applying themselves to the roam in an aggressive manner. It's been there, but they've been peeling things back and forcing Fury to go for these full clears and forcing them to waste a lot of time. And with Black Dragon's current strategy, especially with the Vigil in, they're looking to take it to Furia when they do enter the building. Now, that doesn't mean that Furia has to go for this clear. In fact, their main priority as of right now, try and get the walls open downstairs. Use these Selmas, use these EMPs, and try and break things up. They still do have the Doke to try and assist with stuff, and JV92 will actually be on a clear upstairs, but it's pretty solo dolo as of right now. As Furia will look to build themselves up around this map. You can see them trying to work for these different entry points. Black Dragons has already fallen back to the mid floor, and they will more than likely prioritize the areas that are closer to these stairwells.
And I think that's a good call from Black Dragons again. You have all this utility on the site, the EDDs, the Vulcan packs. Nux had all of his toxic canisters when Furia actually got down to the site with only 30 seconds remaining. And the round was won by Black Dragons at 000. Second Dokkaebi call goes out, and I don't think there's anything Fury going to be able to get from this, Sam, because everyone's already fallen back. You've lost such important utility, and Black Dragons have minimized it from you.
That's exactly what you want, Carter. It's exactly what you want. And, I called that there was going to be a more aggressive roam here from Black Dragons, but instead they used the Vigil in a very creative way. This ERC7 backpack, guys, what it does with a strategy like this, like Carter said, it's the same strategy, but with Vigil in here, he can make it seem like he's still roaming on these top floors. And he can make it seem like he's there the entire time. They can get pretty lackadaisical maybe around these stairwells, and he can commit to a re-aggression. He doesn't even honestly have to do that either. He just constantly has to toggle this backpack and be a nuisance to the info game of Furia. But it's more than likely going to have an answer, a conclusion to round 10 here in a couple of moments.
And look at this, with that Vulcan pack on the top of cargo stairs, I mean, you can just pop that and immediately back off. 30 seconds left and they can't push down. Nothing they can do. They'd have to walk through the fire, burn up all of their HP, and there he goes. He pops it and leaves. Doesn't need to do anything. Vertical angles could take him down if he retreats, but close with his shotgun. I take him, but no! JV92 takes him instead! Nux caught off guard. They turn up the pace, and Black Dragons need to hold on. Hornet with the shotgun might find one, but Furia maintained their lead as they storm into the site with 7 seconds remaining. As close, the only one left. Furia have somehow made a mountain out of this round, and there's nothing he can do. No angle on the diffuser. Ask has nothing. No intel going his way. Pops up. Domes, herds moving around the tank. One player stuck behind will be softened up by that impact, softened even further by the Vector. He charges him, run out of ammo, switch to your secondary.
No way.
It's faster than reloading, but not quicker than KZ's rotation. Tie game, 5-5.
Oh, man. Well, when you aim for the king, Carter, you can't miss. And that's what we're seeing right now. Black Dragons, they're doing everything in their power, everything that they can to try and slow down Furia. And it's not working right now. It is not finding them any success in these big moments. Yeah, it's leading them down a path to where they can find some success. But when it comes down to it, Furia is the one that is making things matter most inside of these key moments. And we see it yet again on full display inside of round 10. Yeah, Black Dragons, they're able to delay things out. They're able to get it down into the dying seconds of the round. But Furia, with the big kills, the big frags, and the big placement of that case in behind the tank to make it just nothing but impossible for Black Dragons, really, in a moment like that. What a moment that would have been if Argoyo ends up winning that out for BD, but there's no real realm of reality where that's supposed to happen, especially with that verticality working its way in from Furia, and they're able to grab one again away from Black Dragons, and let alone that, the Blitz, the little train that could, working his way back into this lineup here, something that we don't often see for Furia, but I think that this situation definitely garners a little bit of respect in that regard.
This is a good game. This is a good game. Now that Furia getting competitive, of course, they still could lose it here, but able to finally extract that tactical timeout out from Black Dragons, win those 2 in a row. Will Felipox stick with that Blitz, a character, an archetype that they don't often play? They've tried a little bit more today, and it's had some varying success. Will they just send it in through that second floor? They got to be careful, though, Sam, because even if you go for that diffuser plant, even if you try to put it on the floor, got to keep an eye on Ask on that pulse down below. By the same token, you've complimented them for not providing opening picks, but you don't want to see Ask off by himself, because that is begging Furia to go after him.
100%. And that's the main thing. Black Dragons have done a good job of showing a little face, but not getting punished for it. And that's what you really want on a map like Nighthaven Labs. You want to be able to extend yourself out, you know, boast a little bit, but make it out alive. And that's what Black Dragons have found a lot of success in. It's just been that tail end where Furia have been able to overwhelm them and make the most out of these moments. And that's the thing about Furia. We've touched on it time and time again, Carter, across these last couple of days. Furia is one of those rosters that you can never count out, because even in a 2 versus 5, they can make some magic happen. And now with the scoreline being 5-5, things get all that much more scary. Herds almost has his life claimed by a nitro cell down low. Ask almost getting away with a huge one there with the pulse.
That scared me, man. Oh my god, somebody sprinting right next to Herds. Oh, Felipox says hello to Hornet. Both him and Ask rotating around. Ask able to get that pickup, though. The finisher onto Herds on the mid floor. JV92 will trade, though. His brother in arms. That Fenrir cut down by JV92. Big pickup. And now the Mavericks softened up too. Ask tries to get back to sight, but the fadeaway unsuccessful. 21 HP, be damned. Just fire some shots into the back of Black Dragons. Now looking to set up this blitz at the bottom of Aqua. Hops into the window downstairs. Nux looking to get aggressive on this doorway. But our Furia just resetting instead.
This round rests on a knife's edge. 4 versus 3, but JV92 on low HP, and Black Dragon still with the capability to box Furia out of the site. You've got nitro cells. You've got that Warden to try and deal with any flashes, trying to deal with Blitz too. No real traps to try and assist, though. You do more than likely still have some Dreadnoughts around, but that's really it at the end of the day. So this Blitz, more than in his right to be able to try and push forward and get some of these big kills, get some of these big openers. For Furia, they have to find their entry point, though. More than likely have a player work his way over towards the blue stairs, but the main brunt of this will be over on the IT side. Actually, I think we're going to have Blitz try and pseudo pinch this with another player.
Here we go. The flash goes in. They've decided to try and build this off Aqua with a backstab from IT, but KZ doesn't work. Nade's able to get 1 kill, but most importantly, the Blitz creates that opening. Match point for Furia, 3 rounds in a row. Looking to keep Black Dragons on the back foot and ruin their dreams at a 2-0.
It is a duel of fates in between these two teams. And I mean, what a tantalizing prospect, either way you put it, right? Black Dragons to the major, taking it over Furia, one of the most dominant teams in the entire world that we've seen in recent Siege history, or Furia continuing their streak, continuing the dynasty that we have seen constantly built brick by brick throughout all of these last couple of years. And now comes down to what could be an overtime in between these two teams if Black Dragons have the capability to reach out and grasp this last round of regulation. Otherwise, we will be pushed onto Skyscraper by Furia after a masterclass of an offense and a masterclass of how to have cooler heads prevail. Because, man, did they have to have a worrisome thought inside of those, brain bubbles there for just a minute, Carter. And that's the thing. You and I touched on this when it came to this roster yesterday. If there is a team in the world that is the best when it comes to playing Siege with their backs against the wall, it has to be Furia. I mean, for God's sakes, folks, they won an entire world championship based off of that exact premise on this map. It was a huge comeback up against FaZe Clan to win the SI championship and one of the best series that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Sam, I think Black Dragons are thinking that too. I think the thought might be creeping into their heads that, oh, FaZe lost here. What does that say about us? Up 5-3, FaZe lost 6-1. They lost 7 rounds in a row to lose the whole championship. Are we FaZe? We haven't won Brazil 4 times in a row. What does that say about us now that we've let Furia win 3? We've let them get to match point. We only have to win 1, but we still have to win 1. Especially now as we move down to the basement. Site that might have come close, but Furia were able to get the better on against Black Dragons. Hornet is roaming off site right now. A lot of off-site presence from Black Dragons. One on the second floor, one on the middle. Likely more than just Gudo playing on that Valkyrie. Dokkaebi call will go out. And Herds will move in for the kill. Though nobody close by. Black Dragon still trying to play passive. Gudo instead ratting behind the desk. He will let the Dokkaebi call elapse. Don't know how much intel's been given. He'll creep up to the very hole that Herds shot. Is the ace aware? No, he's not. In the trigger discipline on Gudo. Plays it so safe and lets the ace walk by, but the second call goes out. Do they know? Can they hear? Just around the corner, Gudo and Ask both staying, calling to their team. Recharge goes, C4 detonated, and they finally find the kill. A lot of time wasted, but Furia 5-4.
They try and be patient. They try and keep a few of these pawns out in play, Carter, but that's the thing about Dokkaebi. It makes life so very difficult as a roamer in a situation like that. That second call comes in off of time later on into the round, and it makes life way too complicated for Gudo. Although a lot of time sunk into this, really looking to Ask to try and make the most of a situation like this. If he is able to be the deciding factor, this is more than likely a Black Dragons round, but he has to start getting value, and he has to start getting it now. It's Nux instead. It's 2 players on this mid floor, and this might be all the calamity that's necessary. KZ will come and clean this up, and oh, what a moment here. He tries to hit fire through. The SMG-12 will take out Herds, and here it comes. 20 seconds remain, and what is our conclusion?
Ask off site with only 15 seconds. They pop the Vulcan packs on site too. They go in for the kill. He holds. He holds. He misses them both. But there's so little time. The diffuser's on second floor. Florio and Hornet both holding strong, holding fast, holding match point, holding overtime in their hands. The C4 with one click of a button will keep Black Dragon's dreams alive.
That was exactly what was necessary from Black Dragons, Carter. Exactly what the doctor ordered. If you would have asked me before that round, what does Black Dragons need to do on this defense to be successful? What is necessary of them? It's to have that roam be successful. And I know what we all saw. We saw that Valkyrie die inside of console. And everyone's going, oh my goodness, this roam just isn't exactly working out in a positive way for Black Dragons. But that's a lie. That's what was necessary. They needed to try and delay, but the key thing is, Carter, they couldn't move their chips back into the basement. They needed to keep that Calamity going on the mid floor. They needed to try and make a play there. And that's exactly what they do. They keep that play active. They keep the Goyo up there. And not only does Nux get that big kill, yeah, he gets refragged, he gets downed, but that makes it to where Ask can play spoilers to the entire situation for Furia. And boy, did he do a good job, didn't he, Carter? I mean, look at the way that he plays that out over in the game space. He doesn't get that big moment up against the IQ that he wants so badly, but he delays so much time. Furia is still trying to move the case downstairs at 15 seconds remaining. And that's exactly what Black Dragons wanted. It was all orchestrated to play out that way. We either lose because Furia hits some crazy shots, they hit some crazy licks, or we make the play, we make the most of this situation, we make some magic, and now we are in a crazy timeline. It's overtime right here, and all the stops are getting pulled out. Is Ask gonna try and bandit trick or a mirror trick this wall right now?
Oh, Ask tries to pre-fires it. It won't destroy the exothermic, but again, the danger with a mirror window like this is if it gets popped, you can just see the feet of the people breaching. Makes it a bit more difficult to exothermic. You can upside down repel now, but maybe you can chuck out an explosive if nobody's watching. Also important to note, Black Dragons did hide that clash. They had him doing something for the early part of the prep phase, but then hit him in IT for the remainder. Ask loses almost all of his HP to a fight down below. Furia fighting tooth and nail for this IT breach, almost get an opening pick off the back of it. They'll pause for the time being as they have won this early round. They can open up this breach. They have bigger things to focus on, bigger fish to fry, and they will have to face this clash at some point. The more they can do early on, the better they will be by the end round. 100%.
They have to be in good timing here, and that's mainly because there isn't something that's a direct counter in the lineup to Furia. This clash is going to be a huge problem. So they're going to need proper pressure, and not only that, Carter, but it can't be one-dimensional. If it's one-dimensional, Clash is just going to stand there, and this entire round is going to go awry for Furia. They're going to have to hit some of the craziest shots you've ever seen in your life. So we're going to ask Furia to do exactly what they usually do, which is get that nice coil around the bomb site and start to apply pressure, start to squeeze like a boa constrictor, and see if they can get these big frags. That minute mark is rapidly approaching us, and now it all comes down to the wire. Is Furia going to be capable of taking what could be their last offensive round?
KZ facing a bit of trouble on that garage stairs. Tries to break the barbed wire, takes a long time to do it. Can't crack the mirror window, has to rotate around, shoot it from beneath. It will work out, but just a little bit more time wasted. A little bit more, 5 seconds, but in the face of that clash, this backstab is heavily telegraphed now, and he will rotate. He'll try to go by the Aqua side. Furia still have all 4 Candelas to throw the site into chaos, even if they lack the bees. This might be the difference maker that might allow Furia to get an edge over Black Dragons. 20 seconds remaining as they push in. All of Black Dragons are ready. They slowly peek, but it's Furia that breaks the stalemate first. Gudo fights back soon after. Nux barely dodges the shots and unleashes a volley onto Furia. Their IT and Aqua push falters. It's gotta be Fellapox. It's gotta be him. It's an Ella shotgun instead. Match point, the first time Black Dragons will achieve it. 2 rounds to close it out.
Pressure makes diamonds. That's what we're seeing out of Black Dragons right now, as they are soaring the skies above Furia. Impressive stuff. An insane level of patience up against their opponents, playing into their strategy quite handedly. And the craziest thing about the resolution that we see there at the tail end of that as well is that very first pick, folks, for those that have more of a keen eye, I'm sure you saw. That clash was the first one to go down. JV92 picks off the clash, but Black Dragons, they still stand the test of time. Their positioning too potent. Their guns too powerful. And Furia not able to fend off or really fight back in any serious capacity, especially up against that shotgun of Ella. What a number call as well for that as well. We don't see a lot of Ella nowadays, folks. I mean, she's not in a bad spot either. She's not in a bad way. The Scorpion, a solid gun, that shotgun, always a positive thing whenever it's in the lineup. But this map, especially on this top floor, when it comes to these close gunfights, shotguns are so conducive to success. And that's a crazy call there from Black Dragons to work that semi-auto shotty in and make the most of it there. And now for Furia, trying to take a card out of their opponent's book. JV92 will be on the Clash in more than likely a hidden manner as well. But Black Dragons, they feel as though they have some semblance of success built into their lineup as well, as they will be bringing the Blitz once again.
That's a big concern. They rotate off of that Blitz, but if you are able to rotate that Clash over to the side where the Blitz is pushing, she can stall that out completely, and you don't have the Ying or the Grim like we saw Furia run last time that can maybe make something work on the opposite side. This push can get really slowed down and really be susceptible to that Clash. Also with the F-Knots, you only have 4 Rotera drones, but there are Banshees, Castle Barricades, Dread Mines. So much utility that Black Dragons would like to destroy, and they really don't have a lot of the options that are good for it. No nades. The Selma charges are your main form of hard breaching aside from the Maverick. You don't really want to use those on a deployable shield. Black Dragons don't really have a great lineup for what Furia are bringing, and if the Blitz gets shocked by that Clash, that is what you are betting on, and it might not work out.
I really think that what we're going to see is we're going to see Black Dragons work for this IT breach, more than likely try and get some play around connector. But the main breadth, the main area that we'll be looking into is Black Dragons and what they'll do with Aqua. I think this is exactly where we're going to see Nux. They want to try and make it to where Clash has to deal with the main onslaught, the main skirmish area that Black Dragons will be providing, and then try and slip this Blitz in through the cracks and really deal with that backline. The minute and 18 seconds remaining, we are flying towards a conclusion here. This could be the last round that Furia see for this entire calendar year, Carter, if it continues this way.
He just opened up the floorboards. Just by chance, he sees them. They've spotted the Clash too.
Oh, no.
He turns his back.
Oh, no.
Oh my God. So close, but he turns around. But JV92 in such a bad spot. Herd's able to find one. Still a 4v4. You said flying towards that late round, but so far it's been a crawl. The only burst of action happening at about the sub-minute point. The Castle Barricade on both sides of this Blitz.
No.
There's nothing to destroy it. You'd have to rotate the Ace all the way over. They rotate the deployable shield here too. That might end up favoring Black Dragons. Instead, they move over to Garage, spotted by the BP. The Clash will rotate in turn as the barbed wire in his way. Smoke canisters go out, complete even 4v4. Warden in the right spot, but can't see through the smoke. Wraps around and shuts down Ask. 2v1, Hornet's got a clutch. He's got to go big. They're split. He's got no information. All 15, Furia with one more shot. One more chance at the reputation. One more opportunity for map 3.
What a crazy match we have in front of us right now. 7-7 on Nighthaven. It all comes down to this. Furia, do we get an extra map? Do we see Skyscraper? Do we see Furia try and continue this dynasty streak? Or does Black Dragons finally take to the skies and deliver Furia their first major loss in a very long time? Stealing away a major that more than likely means everything to this roster in their current moment. They want to be able to make it to Montreal. They want to be able to defend themselves up against the other top teams in Siege throughout the world. And Black Dragons is the only thing that stands in their way. For BD, this would be their very first LAN in 2 years, folks. That's a huge deal. And for Ask, it's something that he wants to deliver for this club, for this organization. Something that he did time and time again for Liquid. Now under a new banner, looking to do what he has done before. Take it to one of the best squads in Brazil and prove that he is an amazing, a formidable IGL. And it all comes down to this. It's going to be a basement defense, an extended roam by Black Dragons. The Vigil will not be in this lineup. A lot of utility that is based and set up inside of the site to delay things out. But not only that, if Furia do go for this clear, it's made to deny them the last portion of the round, and more than likely the round in general. For Black Dragons, it all comes down to this.
One round, you you can get this 2-0. Don't have to chance it against Furia again, a map that they just 7-1'd, a team on the decider in this LCQ. You don't want to light that fire in them. You don't want to get them into this series. Just shut it out here. Make it easy on yourselves. As they hold this roam, Gudo, one of those new pickups, what it means for him, Nux, and Florio to be bet on the rebuild before stage 1, if they're able with this bounce back and performance to close it out against the best of the best. Minute 10 seconds in, Furia have done some work on the breaches, but now they turn towards the roam, look towards that middle floor to see what they can do. This is going to be an Osa play. This is not going to be a quick one. This is going to take time, and it's going to need effort.
Yep. You have to be worried as well. If this is an Osa play, Black Dragons have the perfect lineup to try and deal with this. You've got the smoke, you've got Nitro cells left, right, and center, and all they have to do is hit their mark. And if they hit it in a convincing way, this could end up being it. A crazy drone placement here from KZ. But the key thing is right now that Furia do not have a lot of map control, ladies and gents. And that's what we really need to focus on. They can try and go direct, but we talked about it. This bomb site is set up for something like this. They expect Furia to try and deliver when it comes to a placement.
Oh
that Nitro cell, this could be it. I mean, man, it's like he's got x-ray vision with the way that he's looking at him through this floorboard. But he's not confident enough just yet, and that Nitro cell is gonna down nade. It's a sub-minute, and the play's going on inside of Animus.
They're trying to break open the castle barricades. They're trying to rip them down hand by hand. They've got time to rotate up, pick nade back up. He's got to cover that vert. If you're going for this plant,
Carter, I'm so scared.
It's so telegraphed. The Maverick Torch being used to open up a hole. Furia are fighting tooth and nail for this execute, but Black Dragons have all the tools to counter it. The smoke lineup goes out. Ask with the first nade finished off up top. Furia stalled out just a little bit longer. Only 20 seconds left. They don't have time. They've got to push forward. Hornet, he's downed on the floor. The C4 misses, and that gives Velopox what he needs. They've got the diffuser down. He's only tagged. Nux is shot in the back. JV92 wraps around, loses a key fight, and Black Dragons retake that lead. 3v4, Velopox on low HP, an easy pickup, tantalizing for Black Dragons. They trap him in their jaws. KZ can't land the shot through the verticality. The second one works.
Oh my gosh.
But they've got it. Herds, you need to show up now. 10 seconds you need to live. 1, 2, 3 kills need to go your way. Just a little bit longer. Just a couple more shots. Just survive for 1 more second.
Does he have it?
It's too late.
I don't know. I don't know if he's got it or not.
You are out. Map 3. Our world champs live another day.
I can't believe my goddamn eyes. Like, oh my god. Oh my Lanta. That is... Just sip it. Just sip it, Legs. We're gonna be sipping tea this whole break, folks. Because what the hell was that? I am really trying not to use harsh language right now, because that last round, how much closer do you want it, folks? How many of you are out of your chair? Be honest. Be honest. I know you're lying. I know. Everybody's going, oh, Legs, I'm sure all of Twitter's gonna be like, oh no, we knew it was gonna go down that way. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I thought Lynx was going to have an aneurysm live on broadcast right there. That was absolutely ridiculous. Oh my goodness gracious. And you know what the best part is? We're not done yet, folks. We have a third map, and let alone that, we have Skyscraper in between these two. When you talk about a knife's edge, when you talk about your LAN hopes resting on the precipice of something, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about rounds like this where it comes down to literally a hair, where the anxiety is so through the roof that even a player like Herds can't get his emotions under wraps. He's misbouncing flash grenades back into his own pocket because he's so worried how this is going to go down. But Furia make it out alive. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're battle scarred, but they're alive.
There's a scene in The Dark Knight where Morgan Freeman goes, and your plan is to blackmail this person? It's like, Black Dragons, your plan to win this series is to put Furia on the back foot and light the fire underneath them? Good luck. We'll see you Skyscraper after this break.
vez, tá tudo igual. Souls, PM lançada. Vai desligar as F-Nets, vai conseguir a passagem, vem pra cima. No 7-1, ele derruba mais um. Hates também cai, olha a... E clã chegando pra tentar fechar o jogo. Souls começa a plantar. Lenda, C4 que pega o KDS, mas o Souls consegue plantar. Vamos ver o Lenda na movimentação. Souls consegue derrubar o Stamp de vez. Lenda sozinho contra Souls e Cyber. A bala pega. O Lenda vai...
Oi? Meu nome é Felícia. E eu não sei direito quem sou. Minha avó contou que a mamãe me deixou quando eu era bem pequena. E eu ainda não sei porquê. Na real, eu não sei o porquê de muitas coisas. Mas eu sempre fui curiosa. Me tranquei no meu quarto e aqui a minha vida aconteceu. Eu cresci buscando quem eu sou em frente à tela. Até que meu passado me encontrou. Meu pai era simplesmente uma lenda hacker. Encontrei uma inteligência virtual chamada Flux, uma simulação dos trejeitos e conhecimentos do meu pai. Como se a mente dele ainda estivesse viva, sabe? A interação com Flux foi uma revelação pra mim. A inteligência me convenceu de que eu também podia aprender a hackear e usar isso pro bem. Hoje, o Flux, ou deveria chamar de pai, é a voz que me faz companhia por onde eu vou. E juntos, a gente opera nas sombras fazendo justiça por todos aqueles que precisam. E assim, continuei minha jornada, carregando o desejo de encontrar minha mãe e os ensinamentos do meu pai. Meu nome é Felícia, e eu não sei direito quem sou, mas quer saber? Eu sei por quem eu luto. E hoje, meus seguidores honram o meu legado.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitte et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle
Marcação acontecendo. Rap sempre pra cima, bang lançada, viu o jogador, consegue... Isso. O jogador tá cego, olha a abertura. Bala do Dodês, mesmo cego ele consegue eliminação. Vem o prefire do Mitrix, consegue puxar pro...
Que isso, Mitrix? Que
Não é
isso?
só careca que tá em dia, a mira também tá! Que balaço do homem!
Tá brilhando!
This wasn't the grand final that anybody was expecting, but it's absolutely the grand final that we deserve. We came into a bracket knowing Furia were going to make life difficult in a grand final. We didn't know how close Black Dragons were going to play this, but let's just illustrate. They were 0.25 seconds away from making it to Montreal, and if Furia were to win map 3, then they will have lost the Montreal major chance by 0.25 seconds. That's how close. I went back in the clip. I did my best to figure out exactly how much time BD had to jump on that last diffuser in order to get it down. They couldn't get it done. We are going to map 3, and now their mental might be chalked.
Yeah, Jacob, we were watching that in the green room. I mean, here is the replay of that final round. We were screaming and just begging for Black Dragons to go towards the diffuser to find out where the final player is. You can see it here, how close it eventually got. It's a shame we don't have the cameras here because poor players, I think it was Godo, was sitting there with his hands in his hair just waiting to see what it said at the end, whether they were in time or not. But this one got so close. You said 0.25. This one shows, wow, just how close it was. It was absolutely insane. What a way to end the series as well. 15 rounds needed. But there is just something magical about these Furia players with their backs against a wall on Nighthaven in a do or die series, because you saw it at SI and we saw it here again. They close out the series and keep themselves alive, but my oh my, I'm just glad we had that break because my heart was racing after that map.
No, we needed a second to calm down. Map 1 was an example of Black Dragons having the chance to win the map way sooner than they did. Map 2 is a chance for them to literally go to their first LAN ever as a team, and it slips away by just this much. But to be fair, Furia's play overall was considerably better, especially not allowing BD to get an attacking streak of more than 2 rounds going at any particular time. We'll show highlights just to illustrate how close this game ended up getting. There were 2 rounds for BD in half 1 that made us think, hold on, it's a 3-1 lead. Furia now need to use a timeout early. Then Furia get 2 rounds back. They make it a 3-3 half, the same way that map 1's first half ended. So we might be heading back into deja vu territory, and then they keep Black Dragons win 2 rounds, then Furia win 2 rounds, then we get into overtime and things are as close as they've ever been, including round 14, where it was the first time Black Dragons were on match point, and they also had a chance to kill Clash from down below, get into a 5v3, and then just win by storming the bomb site. There was chance after chance. Black Dragons could not capitalize by mere milliseconds. Furia are still alive.
And it sounds like a really good promise, right? If you're so close to getting these rounds, but so close, but no cigar, round after round after round. It sounds like a good promise that, hey, if you just find that last thing that clicks going into map 3, then this might be your map to take, that decider map. But that map's Skyscraper, and it certainly isn't a given that it is going to win in a way of any of these teams, really, from what we're seeing here. And the highlights, when we started with round 1, it felt like this was an hour ago when we started watching these rounds.
It basically was.
Yeah, well, yeah, where Black Dragons didn't even do all too bad on the attacks. I think the 3-3 half where Furia finished after the defense is a good save from them, in all honesty. Some of these rounds just got so close where Furia just get it over the line. I did think they were definitely taking their time on the attacks. They were a bit slow in certain instances. We saw a bit of shield play once again, but we saw a lot of Goyo as well, a lot of smoke, just to make sure they were wasting even more time. That's what I really liked from Black Dragons on their defense here. It's just such a shame for them that it has to end like this, and I can only wonder what the communication in a team is like now that they were so close to making it, but just fell short.
The big challenge for BD is don't let the mental run away with you. Yes, adrenaline was running high. Take a breather. Understand you came close, but you've still got another map's worth of chances in order to make it to the major. Furia themselves, the fact that they're only able to win a map on 8-7 isn't great for them, especially given how Black Dragons have been underestimated this entire bracket. BD were hoping Furia would do it again, but that underestimation streak might end now that Furia are moving on to a third map. And again, this overtime period was where Black Dragons had 2 match point chances and couldn't close it. If they were to go to Sky and be in a similar position and Furia mount yet another comeback, then Black Dragons will be left wondering for months until the LCQ for the 6th Invitational starts, why couldn't we close things out where we did? And as we move back into round 15, dude, Black Dragons are going to look at this and be so agonized over how they weren't able to close this one out.
Oh, we're going through the motions again of this final round. It really feels like it's just happening as it was here now with just, once again, it could be so tense here. There were so many moments on Scan where it just seemed like the kill was going to go their way and it did not go their way. That C4, I think you and I were just like yelling for like, throw it, just let it rip. And then it wasn't really on the right target, unfortunately. And then this one, so close. We're looking at the stats as well from the two teams here. I think Hazy definitely had a great map. It's what we needed from him as well, knowing that his performance has been rather quiet throughout stage 2 and the LCQ as well. So that's something really need to see from him over on the side of Black Dragon. So it's a little bit less balanced than what we see from Furia. There are players that really weren't hitting their shots in this game, and that's showing here as well.
We now move on to map 3. Let's just set the stage for you one more time. Skyscraper, Furia were 2-2 on it in stage 2. The last time they played it was a 7-1 over Elevate Academy in the first round of the LCQ that sent them to the semifinals. That was a 5-1 defensive half for Furia, and that's the side they're also going to start on map 3. Meanwhile, for BD, Skyscraper was their permaban, never played it at any point in stage 2, so we have to hope for BD and their fans in Brazil they've got something saved for this map. Otherwise, Furia have every possibility of running away with it. Now, to BD's credit, their attacks have largely been great over the course of this LCQ. They don't look like the same attacking team that they did back in the regular stage. That's mostly been what's carried them throughout this series, except for when it's failed, and it's failed at just the worst possible moments. And we thought maybe on Nighthaven there wasn't a chance that it was going to be another 3-3 half. They ended up bringing that thing back. They won one final round at the very end in overtime to give them the possibility of going all the way to the major, but it's going to be this close. If Furia repeat their performance on Skyscraper against Elevate Academy, then this sucker's done and dusted and they're going to their 9th straight LAN. But Black Dragons need to dig in deep and pull out whatever strats they would have had saved for SI Grand Finals if they ever made it there. Use it right now because of what's on the line.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can handle such another close map. Like, we just had the one there. I'm not sure if that's going to be, if I'll be here after the series anymore. But yeah, you just gotta hope, if you're a Black Dragons fan or a Black Dragons player, that they have been saving up or cooking up something on this map here, especially against Furia. Yes, they've shown some weaknesses against Elevate Academy, like you said, but we've also seen a Furia be so strong on this map, so dominant, so aggressive, specifically on their defenses. So if Furia get that start that they desire, if they do get away very aggressive on those opening rounds, then that might be a super tough hill to climb for Black Dragons.
We also noticed that the anxiety was probably through the roof for the guys on BD. Were you saying it was Florio who was just nerves and handshaking the whole time during that map? Like,
yeah, bless him. It looked like that. You could definitely see the cameras very close to his hands on the keyboard, but it looked like his hands were just shaking as he was hovering above the keyboard in somewhere in the middle of the match. Even it was not even at the beginning, not even at the end. It was in the middle somewhere. I wonder at what point the realization is kicking in and these players are Black Dragons like, okay, guys, we might actually have this. We might actually get the series in a 2-0, not drop a singular map in the LCQ. Well, that is not possible anymore. They can forget about that, but it is still salvageable by winning this map. And what a statement to do it, to win the Skyscraper against Furia, which we've seen be so strong on Skyscraper, to send yourself to the major for the first time. If I may say so as well, by the way, I did the maths on this. Hornet has been playing competitive Siege since 2019 and has not made it to a singular international event. You'd hope for a player like him that this is the map that they need.
In the aggregate, Black Dragons have won more rounds in this series, but overall, the ones that have mattered the most are the ones that Furia have managed to claim when the pressure is high. They're thriving in the chaos a lot more. Black Dragons' entire strategy, especially on defense, get a couple kills, fall back, play safe. Furia did have the counter several times on Nighthaven to a point where it may look like they've got it now dialed in, and there may not be many chances left for Black Dragons to get the element of surprise, get a kill on a roam, and then fall back to site. That might be something that Furia have now looked into considerably more, but it may not matter overall because we got 6 rounds to go before we even look at a Black Dragons defense, and both halves in this series have been 3-3. There has never been a more pivotal time for Black Dragons to ensure that we get another dead even half than right now, because you need to flex your strengths on defense. That's been what you came into this game as the strongest team in the LCQ for doing. That's how you've rewritten the script on your 2024 campaign, is by being good on defense in the last chance qualifier. It needs to happen again, but they need their survival instincts to kick in at 110% going into this last map, because they need to survive 6 rounds in the first half before we even get to that point.
And the mental is going to be such an important thing as well. You cannot let the drop shoot that first half not go in your way. But what I'm liking, what I'm seeing here is that from both these teams, the mental seems to be pretty good. We've seen smiles on both teams' faces. We've seen them just be sitting, just relaxing, not necessarily fully locked in yet because the game hasn't started yet, but doesn't really seem like someone's completely lost it and the mental's taken a toll on them.
Ask and Gudo, both guys giving pep talks in the lobby, waiting for this sucker to start. We're just waiting for everybody to get in and for this matchup to get underway. Everybody on Furia, though, they understand exactly what is at stake. They've been in positions like this before. You can't ask a team who was down 6-1 in SI Grand Finals to not have another gear that you can go into when the chips are down. They went all in, and so far it's worked out, but now Black Dragons have to call to have a chance for the remainder of this series.
They have to, yeah. This map is going to be so important. Like I said, they haven't shown it to us in, well, they've only played it once in 4 months. So I just cannot wait to see what they'll be doing on this map. For Furia, it might just be a big surprise as well. We saw little bits of hints towards shield plays on Nighthaven as well. I definitely think that could be the case on Skyscraper as well, to at least force yourself a bit of territory, a bit of ground on the map. We saw both teams do it just to get some entry. For example, on that black balcony, it's so easy to get a shield there and to get that push going into karaoke, into T, just to kind of force the defenders to go backwards. But I also hope that Black Dragons were taking notes when they were watching Furia play this map earlier, right? When we saw them play it against Elevate Academy, like we said, jump outs on their defense, but on their defense as well, it seemed like whatever Elevate Academy was throwing at Furia, they seemed to be able to deal with it, whether it was a direct take, whether it was a one-sided take, whether it was an attempt of a backstab. It just didn't really seem to shake the players on the side of Furia. So once again, if you're a Black Dragons fan, you just gotta hope that they found that one missing piece that they need to get these attacks going against Furia.
It also could be series deja vu for Furia, because they lost the first map against Elevate Academy, came back in the second, and then the third map being Skyscraper, them getting a defensive start. It almost looks like their quarterfinal all over again, especially considering the way we thought about both Elevate Academy and BD coming into this LCQ. Elevate Academy couldn't do anything on map 3. Is there anything to suggest BD could do something on map 3? It all depends on how much they actually can dig deep. I wonder how much they're appreciating the fact that they've got a bit of an additional break right now, because they need to settle nerves after how map 2 ended. And I think Ask is more than aware, as the most seasoned player on this team, that things need to settle down. If you need water, just a moment to breathe, think about how this series is going to go. Ask and Gudo were both giving pep talks while we wait for this lobby to get started. And I think for BD, if you don't have the chance to settle down and you go into map 3 thinking, dang, we lost. Now what do we do? You may not be in the right headspace to truly come back on a third map, but that's what BD needs to do. They have to dig deep to really get back into the series.
We're looking at the stats from both these games. I think entries was a big part of the conversation after map 1. So many times that we see Black Dragons create that opening engagement for themselves, come out victorious, and from there on force the round in their favor as well. It just feels like that trend is continuing as well on map 2. Ask has been in 14 entry engagements on these last 2 maps, came out victorious in 10 of them. That is a very exciting result. Love to see that for him there. The rest of his team is kind of lagging behind on that, where we mentioned Hornet prior to this game, how he's so dangerous on these entries. It's not really been working out for him just yet, but the players on Furia, I can't really find one player that's really been standing out on these entry engagements as well. It just comes down to what Philippos was saying to us after the game they played yesterday. The one thing he was most proud of was that communication on his team, whereas even if they do lose that opening death, they still can climb back. They still have the opportunity for refrags, and they can still bounce that round back.
We're waiting for everybody to be ready in the lobby. We're just getting everything situated. If we have a moment, then we'll bring casters back in, mostly because we need to establish a baseline for Black Dragons in this series. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope you've both sufficiently had time to calm down after round 15 win, but let's just get this baseline out of the way. Black Dragons starting on attack, and we know how strong Furia Skyscraper defense was. Stokes, what's the minimum score threshold that Black Dragons need to hit on their attack half before the switch? Is it 3 rounds? Is it 2? What do
6.
you see? Well, 6 would be nice, but what's the minimum threshold, Sam?
Lynx just knows how to push my buttons, man. He makes me giggle all the time. The amount of times during broadcast I have to get myself under wraps. Anyways, besides the point. No, I think honestly they're going to need 2 here, Jacob. At a bare minimum, it's going to be 2 rounds. And the reason being is because they have to build some sort of gap here, some sort of, padding to be able to get their defenses rolling for themselves. Skyscraper is a notoriously difficult map when it comes to the offensive side. There is a total world where we see 6 perfect rounds on defense. We see 5 perfect rounds on defense, and they're only capable of getting 1. So at a very bare minimum, Jacob, there has to be 2 rounds here on this offensive side. Otherwise, honestly, I think that's all she wrote.
Carter, you concur?
I mean, I don't want to say anything, but the last time we saw a Furia 5-1 defensive half was 3 days ago. So, not exactly something that they might rarely get it, but they've got it in recent history. They did it on map 3 when they had to settle back into a series and close out a map 2. And to be perfectly frank, a 7-4 win on Clubhouse against a T2 team is a lot less exhilarating than an 8-7 Herds 1v3 nail biter diffuser to keep you alive in the grand final of the LCQ. I mean, if there was ever a time for a team to literally set themselves on fire with the adrenaline that is coursing through their veins, this is probably it. If there was ever a time for Fury to literally steamroll and get 6 defenses in a row, this would be it.
Yeah, if there's I guess, man, I can't believe we're talking about self-immolation on a broadcast. From a shield meta perspective, by the way, so Black Dragons didn't pull it out in map 1, used it several times in map 2, and that was a big reason why they got that 3-1 lead to start off with. There's only one time, or I guess 2 times, where Furia brought it, and they won it both times. One time with the Blitz, one time with the Clash. So they don't play into shield meta very often, but they've shown that they have the capability to. Is that just them getting lucky on 2 rounds that happen to incorporate shields on their strategy, or is there something brewing under the surface that suggests maybe they can use it more, they simply choose not to?
Sam, if I could take that first, I don't think it's them getting lucky. I just think for Brazil as a whole, shields are just a bit of an uncomfortable thing. Even if, in my mind, going into stage 2, the best shield team in the world that I thought of was FaZe Clan with Veto King on Monty. Or maybe not the best shield team in the world, but one of the best Montys in the world, the best at using the Monty, was FaZe Clan. But Veto King wasn't, these new generation of shield players who are sprinting at you and punching you in the face 3 times. He's the very traditional full shield walk around human drone kind of Monty. When it comes to that aggressive shield play, really it's only been Lagonis on Liquid doing it. I think Furia can do it because they've got Felipox, who's a great IGL, Igor, who's a great coach, and they're just a great team overall. But I think, like most of Brazil, it's just something they're uncomfortable with. Even FaZe isn't fully uncomfortable with isn't comfortable with it, and they've won Brazil 4 times in a row. I just think it's something that a lot of teams aren't fully comfortable working out.
God, now
yeah,
what?
and honestly,
We just
I
wait.
was going to say, so sorry there, Jacob. So
No, you're
apologies,
fine, bro.
apologies.
Just
Yeah,
listening to the sultry
no,
tones of casting links.
No, the main thing I think as well is that Brazil hasn't been a region that across the entire board has had a crazy amount of Shield players. They have some very quality Shield players, like Lynx is saying, but it's few and far between for this region. It's not something that exactly has been expanded upon like it has been in North America. I mean, NA has been trying for years, even, pre-nerf, to try and fit in Blitz, try and fit in Monty, try and do all of these different things with Shield. Same thing with Europe. And I think it's just really benefited them in that way. I mean, one of the originators of really good Monty play is literally retired and is a commentator now from Europe. We've been doing this for a long time, okay, guys? So pretty crazy thing. But Jacob, and you guys have any last thoughts until before we get into this game?
Head empty, no thoughts, just time to get into map 3. Skyscraper is all that stands between Furia, Black Dragons, and a berth at a major. It would be the 9th straight for Furia. It would be the first in 2 years for Black Dragons. Whoever wins Sky is going up to the Great White North. Boys, have fun.
Man, what do you even do here, Sam? What do you even do in this position? It is rare you get maps like that, in Rainbow Six, that have that combination, that perfect storm of the stakes, the moments, the result, the meaning. It is just it's a seldom occurrence in Rainbow Six. But that's not the end of the story. That's not the end of the series. We have a map 3. We have an epilogue, a 3rd act even, for this story between Furia and Black Dragons. How will it end? Will BD recover? Will Furia build off that momentum? Sam, as someone who at this point is, a bit adept at watching Furia work their way out of tricky situations, I have to lean on precedent here. I think Furia might have this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And the reason is because you kind of have to give them that benefit of the doubt. This is a team that time and time again has proven everyone wrong, even when it comes down to the wire. When it comes down to the 11th hour, they are the team that somehow, some way, whether it be through skill or a little sprinkle of fairy dust in a round, they are able to pull it across the line. And we saw that on full display once again on Nighthaven Labs. Now we are here in rare air, folks. Very rich air as well, as this map could go any way. I mean, we say it a lot, things rust on a knife's edge. This is the future of Brazilian Siege, literally laid out in front of us right here. And I don't think that we can understate that, or rather overstate that enough. This is something that you never really get to see a lot inside of any sports watching experience. And we all get this on a pretty fine Sunday. So I hope you got your popcorn. I hope you have your beverages, and I hope you're ready to be glued to this screen with us, folks, because Carter and I, we are going to be looking at every single second, every single moment, and dissecting exactly how this goes down. And it all starts here with round 1 on Skyscraper. It's going to be a T-sided defense to start us off, and it's going to be Furia trying to do the most with their offenses here on Sky.
Herds already moving into Office and Exhibition. R4C ACOG in hand, pushing forth through the 2 choke points on Skyscraper that every attacking team, if the defense even pays the little bit of attention to it, has to deal with. It's Drum and Shrine. It's what we expect. It is an Azami in Drum, and in all likelihood, that deployable shield is in Shrine on the opposite side. So it's good for Fury to get this control early on. Very quick utility burned afterwards. Destroy that BP, force the Vulcan pack off, but it still results in JV92 on a long angle, taking a bullet to the head from Hornets 9x19. Uses the Kiba barricade to get aggressive, to push up inside of Drum, but he doesn't need to. He's still got 1 and an active Kiba on the Drum to play with 2. Fury might have moved in quick, but Black Dragons are taking the fight just as quick.
And this is what you're looking for if you're BD. You get that initial pick, you get to play into the powerful setup that Skyscraper provides, especially on this mid area that we always end up talking about. They're going to be able to hold on to this for an extensive period of time, and this is what complicates things on Skyscraper. It takes a lot of utility to clear this out. It takes a lot of aggression in order to hold on to this as well. They're going to be able to get it done, but with a minute remaining, EMP is out. They're going to begin breaking open the back of T, but there's so many different coves and areas to play around in this bomb site, Carter. It's still very worrisome for the offense.
Especially with Nux close with the shotgun, but SMG-12 in hand. He goes for the wide swing, but the trust in Ask. 14 entry engagements so far this series, I believe, is the number. Not an entry, but it just goes to show how aggressive this player can be. Ask always trying to get into the fray, always trying to get into some action. He creeps up close on the breach. Amongst the corpse of Nux, he immediately takes the position. C4 not even necessary. Fellapox gave himself over willingly to the bandit, but Ask pushes a little too deep. Herds might be 1 HP, but he's got a 3K so far, and he's made it to 2v2 against Black Dragons. He's the only coverage for KZ on such low health. They could easily shut him down. Gudo moves in for the kill, and the opening salvo rebuffed by Black Dragons.
It's a little scary as soon as Ask gets gunned down through that reinforcement, but still a lot to do for Furia. They still have to get that case down, and it is going to make it a pseudo 1 versus 2 in that moment. And fortunately enough, the last remaining members of Black Dragons are able to get the deed done, and they will take the first round. So far, so good for them. The hull is holding up on the ship, Carter, and they're going to be able to make it out of this, at least neck of the woods, alive for right now. But we have a long journey on this path in order to continue trying to deal with this Furia roster. It's all going to be about the adjustments. We've already seen Furia try and, do their due diligence, try and keep their foot on the gas, not in a crazy aggressive way, but just go through the motions, take the space that's necessary, and at least in this initial volley, they do not go unpunished. They're able to get that player over into Shrine, but that second player, the Dokkaebi, I do believe, or whoever it really was, moving in through Terrace is the one that ends up getting gunned down by Hornet playing inside of Drum, and that's where the bad news starts for Furia. They're never really able to recoup from that moment. Black Dragons are the ones that choose to peel things back and set up inside of the bomb site, forcing Furia into their take, and they end up losing that out in the dying moments. Now we'll be heading over to Exhibition to see what Furia can provide on their offense this time around.
Likely will be a push from the opposite side, especially with the Dokkaebi. You don't have a lot of good rush operators on board for Furia either. I mean, of course, could always rip open a soft wall with the buck and just sprint in like we saw Ask do all the way back on bank. Feels like a lifetime ago at this point. Probably will be a bit slower, work the breaches on this side, rotate over later on. Furia will have to worry about those Banshees at some point in the round, whether it's by house stairs, drum, shrine, wherever. That particular bit of utility is key to counter Furia's playstyle. Whether it's Banshees or Goo Mines or F-Knots, the traps can be one of their main counters and will always force them to burn some utility. Or it's hopping in down below, looking to take down some of those mute jammers, even just pressure any of these defenders from below with that skeleton key. Be important that he fends off any defenders looking to retake mid-round.
Furia will get their positioning downstairs. This is a solid spot to be, especially if you're Herds. Get that skeleton key active, make it to where some of these areas around the bomb site are unplayable. And we don't see this exploited all that often, Carter, although it is readily available to a lot of squads. But just something that can play back in on itself sometimes. That verticality can be utilized by the defense as well. Furia will lean into this, though. Looking to try and break things up on the main office wall. One of these has already been opened up, but it was opened up by the defense, all because of this mirror strategy that they've got set up. Some Grim Bees out, a Dokkaebi call 2, and Furia looking to try and get a pick, but nobody's showing face.
Oh, they wanted to use those bees to try and get intel that allows Herds to pressure through the floor, and it's just not worked out so far. Everyone from Black Dragons is either able to dodge the canisters fired by the Grim or just sit on indestructible floor, completely avoiding even the possibility of Herds taking them down. We'll try again. We'll launch another salvo. Dokkaebi call goes out. All the utility burned. JV92 gets that kill. C4 a little early, so that'll allow Fellapox to move in. But Black Dragon's guns are so hot. The shots are landing exactly when they need to. Furia are stopped out of, again, another round. So, switching to the pistol, KZ will get one. We'll finish off somebody at least, but Black Dragons, 2 defenses now just consistently the better team, consistently having not only a lead in control, lead in manpower, but also just a bit more aggressive and confident than Furia. They are not at all scared after Nighthaven. Certainly might start shaking a bit as KZ whittles this man count down just a little bit lower. 1v2, one to the hard left of him. He'll try to swing around. He's got no flashes and no information. He is flying blind, only on instinct. There's very little he can do. He'll switch to the pistol. Will know one is just around the corner, but Florio shuts him down. 2 in a row for Black Dragons. Good start to any Skyscraper defense.
BD's doing a great job of playing into Skyscraper's advantages of defense. It's a map that requires a lot of heavy lifting from the offense, but the key thing, the sole factor that's really benefiting Black Dragons right now, Carter, is the fact that Furia cannot get these big lurking plays off. There's just not a lot of space to work with in that regard. Especially, I mean, think about it. When it comes to this bomb site, the staircase that you use to kind of get a pseudo flank going on, it's literally right next to the bomb site. You can see it from inside of Exhibition. It's not really a flank option. In fact, it's something that's constantly watched by the defense. So instead, Furia have to go more direct. They have to worry about things like Terrace. They have to worry about things on the extended side as they try and work into the map. It's forcing them to deal with the true site setup of Black Dragons, because on Skyscraper, a proper defense doesn't really have any gaps. You eventually have to deal with the actual full breadth of the lineup, and that's exactly what's thwarting Furia right now. They haven't really been able to get an advantage in a positive way. There hasn't been really any map control that Black Dragons is gifting over to Furia that is actually something that is capable of turning the tides. They're prepared for Furia on all fronts, and so far Furia have not had an answer.
No, they have not. He looked to this third site now to try and build something. T-Karaoke Office Exhibition can always be problematic, but if you can at least get a win consistently on that tertiary site, or even if you get it once, just combine it with a win on one of the primaries, get that 2-4 half, you're feeling okay. You're feeling very, very okay starting the attack side, especially on a decider. Furia didn't need to play many attacks in their game against Elevate Academy. It was, after all, 5-1 on defense to start. They played 2 attacks. They won 2 attacks. It was an easy game overall. Have yet to actually match that scoreline here. We'll look outside of the kitchen window to see what utility needs to be cleared. We'll have a Geisha hole, Florio with some vertical holes, and of course bandit batteries to try and maybe trick that Geisha wall halfway through the round. Nice early pop on that Vulcan pack. Could set up well for a plant actually inside of kitchen, but by and large, what is that? I think 3 players from Furia all on the Office Exhibition side right now. They are not even thinking about the site.
Yeah, and if you're going to get a round on Skyscraper offense, this is probably going to be the one to get. The tertiary site where Black Dragons have to do a lot of different things in order to hold things down. And the main thing is hold space downstairs. You can't just hold on the bomb site, Carter. You have to worry about the booths area. You have to worry about the potentiality of some stairwell play as well if Furia tries to just rush down things upstairs through a gap. As well as Black Dragons has to worry about this top level. They have to worry about Geisha and this verticality. That's exactly what they're doing. Furia know this, and they'll start to process this top floor. A breaching round out from our Ash, from Herds, as they will start to look for these gunfights at the top level.
Won't find any.
No.
Black Dragons have realized, all right, well, I mean, if you've spent 1 minute and 50 seconds trying to clear out the top floor, we're not going to give you an opening pick. No, sir. We'll fall back. We'll hold the site. We got to worry about delivery and booths, as you said, Sam. But they will try to hold it out down below. This could be risky with all the control they've ceded to Furia. They are completely above the site right now with 50 seconds remaining. It's a bit of a gamble from Black Dragons, trying to let the utility do the talking, especially with the Bulletproof still alive, the 2 C4s, but Ask looking to get aggressive. Caught either on some verticality or maybe at the window. It's a bit unclear, but he's dead nonetheless. Oh, yeah. KZ just sat on the rappel. This is an NJR angle. Just sat there the entire round you could be, and you're able to find it. Herds with Nux too. Remember, just 2 rounds on Skyscraper attack, and you are feeling good. Furia careening towards a victory right now as they get that 5v3. Florio in potentially the difference maker position. If you're able to hold delivery, you can not only get an angle on somebody dropping the hatch, but hopping in the window as well. Also reassuring your team that nobody's going for that backstab. But as the flashes go out, instead Bellapox looking to take that bit of control. The Bandit has too much to do as we are rapidly entering a 1v4. Kudo stuck outside of the bomb site. Full control for Furia. Time might be 0-0, but this diffuser's down nonetheless. C4 goes to waste. Shots go wide. Furia with their first.
And that's exactly why we were talking about the bomb site in the way that we were, folks. You cannot just hold strictly on the bomb site. Otherwise, you are more than likely going to feel the wrath of the offense. Every single pressure angle available to Furia in that moment, and they utilize it to its fullest advantage. I mean, we see the verticality, we see those side angles, just some nice angles through the doorwell, or the doorway as well, rather. Just a lot of different things that were really good for Furia, and it's all because Black Dragons chose to back off that top layer. And it's not that it's a bad play, it's the fact that they didn't really have any big value from that earlier on, minus the time sink. Once Furia were able to capture that and use that to its advantage, everything fell apart for Black Dragons. They were not capable of standing the test of time, and that really begs the question as to what they try and do in the future if they get that far. Maybe Furia is able to get a nice round win on one of these stronger bomb sites, but if we do end up crossing that bridge once again, Black Dragons is going to have to try and recreate themselves. I think a little bit more aggression on that top floor, maybe just take your gambles. I mean, they gambled quite a bit with them pulling that back anyways. We definitely visited the casino on that round, and it did not pay off.
No, and I think if you want to look at what the success of getting aggressive in the face of Furia's execute can do, I think you look to the very site that we're playing right now, back in round 1. I think Ask overplays his hand, but still creeping up onto the breach, able to get 2 kills and deny the defuse plant. I mean, that's exactly what you want. That's the exact kind of play we need to see, not only to catch Furia off guard, but also just to show that that confidence is still there. The momentum is at least still going your way a little bit. So going back to this site, we'll see if that happens again. By and large, it is the same setup, but with some key changes in some important areas. Might be a lot of different operators, but we still have, of course, the Malusi Banshees that we've had basically since, I believe, since round 2, that we didn't have it last time. Just try and stop that lurk. Some plant denial, less C4s, more Specchio scanner this go around. The Warden likely still in the all-important position, close on either drum or shrine with a shotgun, and the Azami holding in one of those 2 as well.
I got our Deimos in down low. This is going to be the player inside of Geisha. Frag grenades too, but Nux is going to be found by Furia. And this is where things get really risky for Black Dragons. All these angles being built up by Furia, you can see the rappel angles working their way in, but the key thing here is all of these other players who see extended out. They get that nice little pick, and they're more than likely going to start working their way in from this office side. Fortunately enough for Black Dragons, they have a player in the space. It's going to be Ask, and we're going to be asking him to delay as much time as humanly possible. And if you can get a kill on top of that, Carter, well, this is looking really good for Black Dragons, but it practically requires that at this moment in time. Look at the amount of bodies that Furia have around this area.
I appreciate his passion here, but it is such a massive risk.
Nice.
Oh, but this is a rotation that needed to happen. Hornet creeps over, able to shut down one player from Furia, but it's only one. That trade, oh my god, Ask. Oh my god, Hornet. Black Dragons making it 2v2. Ask is basically dead. There's not much they can do. Oh my god, JV92 blown away to bits by the shotgun. Fellapox in the 1v3 tries to pick up the pace, tries to take advantage of the chaos, but they've spotted him on the default. Hornets got him dead to rights. They'll force him back. No flashbangs. Just like KZ in Office Exhibition on this same operator, he'll get his one, confirm his kill. 25 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time to even use that active drone in his pocket. So he'll push him forward.
Oh.
One player on main, one actually in the site. He can cross right now, but the sprint reveals his position. And Florio is ready for it. Black Dragons only drop one so far. The primary bomb site so far, their domain.
You get a little worried when you see the last remaining players split like that, but fortunately enough, they hear the last remaining Furia member barreling through drums into the top of main. Now, Black Dragons with 3 solid defenses to their name. But that round right there, that round showed exactly what I wanted to see out of Black Dragons, Carter. If you're going to take this map away from Furia, you're going to have to do it in a convincing way, and you're going to have to do it in moments like that. You have to take it to the house, folks. This is not a team that you can sit idly by and go, we're going to let you set up for an execute, and we're just going to go 5v5 in the bomb site. It's a roll of the dice, but it's a roll of the dice that is an advantage to Furia, I promise you. We've seen it for years at this point, and it's not something that you ever really want to gift them. And for Black Dragons, I think they found the heartbeat of this defense and how things need to go. Hopefully it's something that not only applies to this defense, but something that applies further on down the line, as we could still potentially see another barbecue defense too.
Sure we could. Bit of a difficult spot if you lose Office Exhibition as Black Dragons. Do you try it again because it's the primary site and you have won it before? Do you just go to barbecue after that? We'll cross that bridge when they get there. We do have an Office Exhibition defense right in front of us. I believe, just to check, just to be safe, I think this is their exact same operator lineup, except we no longer have a Wamai and instead have pulled out the Bandit. Bandit is the new addition, and oh no. Oh no. We got a Bandit on a camera right below a default wall. I don't like the looks of this, guys. Oh, he's being read like a book. They try to prep the Kiba barricades, and KZ double taps them with an explosive shell. Not often you see those lifeline kills, but Black Dragons think they have a clever play, and Furia blow it to smithereens.
And that's the thing about Rainbow Six. A lot of people going, oh, which FPS is more complicated? This or Rainbow Six Siege? And it's like, how many chess pieces do you have in your game? Because we got a whole lot, and there's yet another one. And as Carter said, something that you don't see very often, the lifeline takes instead, and we'll take down Nux. Herd's going to take quite a bit of damage. Still a lot of round left in the tank for both of these squads, respectively. Still anybody's ball game, but some positive things going the way of Furia right now that Black Dragons will look to try and bring back across the line.
Just being able to take that Bandit on Office Exhibition, you're feeling good. You're feeling really good if you're Furia. Not only the operator you've killed, but just getting that 5v4. Now you can rotate to the opposite side, start taking that control by Drum and Shrine. It was a lot more direct. They went below last time and tried to apply pressure with the Grim and the Buck. This go around, it is a opposite side to take. Put pressure at the site early on, rotate later. Herd's making his way through. Another Dokkaebi call goes out. I believe that's the last one from JV92, actually, and they will use that information gleaned to push right up to the doorway of Shrine and Drum.
Right up on the edge, at the gates of Black Dragon's domain. You can see that they have wrapped themselves around this site. You've got players downstairs. We got players on this more forward assault angle. So Ash will break up this mirror window. And it is down to the dying moments of round 5. A 4 versus 5. A drone placed on the house stairs will discover Armute, and he should be dead to rights at a moment's notice. And he will be. JV92 was the one piloting that drone in the first place. And they've gotten what they've wanted. A 4 versus 2 in the dying moments.
Yeah, Gudo's gonna creep forward. KZ is down. Ask, oh my lord, so close on this angle, but he's in a blender. Tries to pull out the secondary shotty. Gudo, nice flick onto one. Oh, lets it get away from him on the second. That's a big round for Furia to pick up. Only barbecue before this, but a win on the primary site. 3-3 is a very big possibility.
And this is what they needed. They needed to be able to lock up one of these main sites, and they're going to get it done. Very fortunately enough for them, and that's going to force Black Dragons to go back to this bomb site. Now, the key thing is, what's the adjustment going to be here for BD? I think the biggest thing there for them was the fact that Furia was able to process the map quite handedly. I mean, able to keep things pretty clean, going into that mid area and coming out on the other side without really a scratch on them, and let alone that fact, but also were able to keep the collar on Black Dragons. That info game, that info net stayed alive for so very long, Carter. I mean, we were still gathering info at like 35 seconds remaining and making good on that promise as well, with JV92 having that big moment up against the mute. And then Furia also finding yet another frag before they actually dawn the doorstep of the bomb site. All really positive notes for Furia, but can Black Dragons sing a different tune?
They're actually just going back to an old favorite as they try to bring the Azami, the Bandit, in the last round, and they say, all right, well, we lost and we try to change it up. How was that round 2 lineup where we actually won Office and Exhibition? And so we go back, we had dropped the Malusi Banshees and the Magnets. Say, all right, let's bring them back in. Furia or not, going to go back to what they did in round 2, the plan that did not work out with herds on the buck down below and trying to get utility. They instead will mirror more closely the lineup that they just ran, the lineup they just won the site on. You might drop the Zofia, but bringing that Brava to hack those Banshees, very good. The Ash to crack the Miras, even better. Or open up a soft wall as well, so you don't have the buck. Both teams making changes, but Furia still trying to change things up, while Black Dragons is looking to try and recapture former glory.
This round means so much to the future of what Skyscraper has to hold. We know how aggressive Furia can be on maps like this, especially from the defensive end, Carter. They are ones to be able to shut down everything, take all the value out of your lineup at a moment's notice. And 9 times out of 10, they'll let you build it up, won't they? They'll let you get right up to the edge where you're like, oh, I really think that we have the round. Oh, 2 people just died off some crazy swings.
Oh!
And speaking of crazy things, Ask is going to be the first one to deliver in this round, is that Nitrocell will sing onto Nade.
I was like, oh my god, he's going to destroy the Selma. Instead, Black Dragons, utility and gunplay, have destroyed 2 members of Furia, fighting back in force on Office and Exhibition. And Ask thinks he can get away with more. Ratting behind the shrine in the cubby, he swings with the shotgun. Black Dragons have said, you thought you were comfortable. You thought after a win on the primary site, you would be wrapping up this half 3-3. We've still got a 4-2 in us. Flawless round for Black Dragons to finish off that half. The clear victors after round 6.
I love that. I love that a lot, Carter. And the reason being is because not only did they go back to that old strategy, but they showed their teeth inside of that, right? They get in the faces of Furia, and that's something that Skyscraper allows you to do unlike any other map, especially when it works. When it works and you get those big kills, I mean, it is an insurmountable climb to try and bring yourself back into the round. And even a team like Furia, it is practically an impossible ask. And Black Dragons make the most of that moment there. And that was the big adjustment, especially around the way that they played the main breach, Carter. We saw them the previous round go for that bandit trick, try and keep the wall sealed. This time around, instead, what do? They make it to where that area out onside the balcony, it's not nearly as safe to try and play around for Furia because that one panel's open. There's a lot of different angles they have to worry about. They bring the mirror again for the dry bar and make it to where they have to constantly be worried about somebody catching them off guard while they're trying to apply utility or anything of the sort. So Furia have to go for that big clear. They have to go for more of a big motion over towards that other side of the building, and Black Dragons are fully prepared for that. They have the angles built up, they have the players implemented, and not only that, but they have those little pocket strategies like that Nitrocell flying out at a moment's notice to catch off Furia and get those big kills, putting them on their back foot and getting a big round for BD. But hey, I said it during our little analyst desk there. If you were looking to get big rounds on the offensive side, what's the bare minimum? It's going to be 2, and Furia have at least gotten that done.
They got a 5-1 defensive half against Elevate Academy on their decider on Thursday. I've said it a couple times now, but now it is especially important to drill that in your head. 5 rounds on Skyscraper defense starting out. Obviously, now they have to go to the second half here. But they could very well win 5-1, and it would be a regulation victory. Furia qualify for the Montreal Major. But double shield play from Black Dragons at the moment. Double layers of Talon shields on top Black, with a blitz down below to try to sandwich the mute in between. But you got to be careful about the vertical. You especially have to be careful about this shotgun in close quarters. Nux will peek out, say hello. But that's the intel gained by Furia. They'll call it to Nade. He'll drop a toxic canister, try to delay. A huge frag for Fellapox. On that angle, cuts down the blitz. You still have some tools to deal with this player, the Deimos in particular, but now Black Dragon's plan was to take this quick, smash through that smoke, and now they've got to think of something else.
This angle has completely thrown off Black Dragon's strategy. And you could see that by the fact that Nux actually ended up taking that gunfight. He's like, I have to kill Fellapox here. If I don't, then our strategy does not work out. He's not patient enough either. And still, in this area is not only the smoke, but also our other players, and he's still watching it. You can see how hard Black Dragons is trying to fight for this Black Stairs because this is their entire strategy. Even Ace showing up now, and he's still got that M590. Donate yourself, son. Ask gets it. it, but he also gets down. Gouda will open it up somehow, some way. He's got 5 HP to his name. This is not looking like a BD round in the slightest, given our current circumstances, and Fullypox will get his double kill. That right there, that player in that position, folks, has completely shut down Black Dragons in round 7.
You could just literally shoot Gudo in the feet. Nothing you can do. Furia with a good defense, and I think we should commend them for it, but what I'm looking at more is it's a poor attack from Black Dragons, at least in that T karaoke round. Black Dragons, or excuse me, Furia got up to the site, opened the breach, and then put Ask in a position where he had to get aggressive to catch them off guard, had to think on his feet, and it worked out. Black Dragons were able to win the round. But it was Furia actively pressuring the site in a lot of different areas, and Black Dragons had to react to that. This time, the first attack we see from Black Dragons is not that. One guy, then 2, then 3 just try to take 1v1s on Black Stairs, and nobody has an answer for the vertical control. I mean, we have a Deimos. The Deimos was clearly aware of it later in the round. Maybe the Frost isn't on completely soft floor the entire time, but a lot of that floor is soft. Or maybe you have nades as well. You could try to throw up through the vertical hole, and they did start picking up those pieces and putting it together, but only after the Blitz died. Yeah. Only after the Blitz had already died, and then after that, it was just, maybe I can win against a shotgun. I didn't. Maybe I can win. I traded, and that round's over.
Yep. And, you know, it's really difficult for them as well, because at first glance, it looks like you can get that to go off without a hitch. But right when Blitz shows up and really puts, you know, brain to eyes, he's like, oh, there's a huge angle right here that we did not see. And it is really, really throwing us off. And the biggest thing there for Black Dragons is that they didn't have any pressure on that side of the map either, Carter. There was nothing going on over there. There was no distracting factor. There was no kill potential onto the Frost. And that's why that became such a big deal. Black Dragons did not really have a way that was convincing enough to deal with that, minus just trying to take a heads-up gunfight or rush up the stairs to try and kill the smoke. But the smoke was smart enough to not only use those toxic babes, but also continue keeping eyes on that stairwell, and it's all positive for Furia at the end of the day. They'll get that round, and they'll quickly move us on into round 8 after completely thwarting Black Dragon's game plan. And as for this round, BD, they're looking at something a little bit different. The Blitz off the board, in with the Grims, and with the Ace to try and assist with breaking up this wall.
Mini Barmy are cracked. A little more concerned to play that position now, so Nade will back off a little bit, but still hold for the time being. Ask on this Buck, looking to try and get some quick control on the backside, but Furia have extended to the opposite, holding around T and Karaoke. One mirror window present as well, contesting a large selection of control while defending the core of Office and Exhibition. Velopox in particular pushed very, very deep in Geisha, right up in the faces of Florio, Gudo, and Ask. They've got a drone on him. It is spotted by the Azami, so she's aware that the attack is likely going to begin focusing on this position momentarily. But a minute 45 seconds in, Furia are not giving this up, and Black Dragons are struggling to find solutions for it. Neither of these canisters land to give intel on the Azami. Black Dragons are at a loss for words in round 8.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you expect out of Furia. We talked about the advantages of the defensive side on Skyscraper, and it plays so well into the hand of Furia. They know exactly how to get properly aggressive, and although it goes punished right now, it doesn't mean that it can't work out in the last remaining minute of this. They'll lose Nade. A Nitro Cell outside for KZ will go off, but it won't find anyone. It won't even damage a player on the offensive side, although Black Dragons now running into some complications of their own.
Hold on, Gudo, Hornet, what the hell is going on? We started walking into the site and shooting people. JB92's got to do double duty. While KZ is stuck dueling Ask on the opposite side of the map. Where has this come from, Black Dragons? Barely any control, barely a plan in sight, and all of a sudden they get almost every single kill.
Black Dragons, it's hammer or scalpel, and I think we all know the one that they end up choosing. Although I will say this, I think this is one of those things where it's just a product of timing, Carter. Furia thinks that they're going to be able to get in front of Black Dragons at the proper moment, right when they start building up for that execute. Okay, let's play around the windows. We'll look for these picks as soon as they enter the building. And both of the two plays that we see out of Furia in that moment completely go awry. Black Dragons wins out both of them. They get the outright kill on one and then stun lock the other over on Shrine side, and then the pressure starts to build. Furia still trying to work that flurry, work that hornet's nest that they're so known for, but Black Dragons, they're in with a can of Raid, and they're spraying the entire thing down. They'll end up taking out Furia left, right, and center, bring it down to just the lone soul inside of the bomb site, and you never want to be that guy in a 1 versus 4.
Never want to have to win that unwinnable position. It's been a team game from Furia throughout both Map 2 and 3. While Nate and Felipox were lacking on Bank, Nighthaven, everyone was generally at around at least 8 kills. 4 people were double digits. A lot of the same can be said for Black Dragons, except a bit more top-heavy of a performance from Gudo, Hornet, and Ask. And right now, it's about the same situation. Furia all putting in the effort. Black Dragons, one guy not necessarily pulling his weight, but everyone else doing very, very well. And the benefit is Black Dragons started on defense. They got that attack. They've made it a 5v3. Furia elect not to call their tactical timeout and try Office Exhibition a second time. I think that's fair because it did come down a lot to good timing, Sam. Some good coordination in that late round. But there was still a lot going Furia's way for the vast majority of round 8. And I think that's probably the reason we don't see, at least in my opinion, like substantial changes aside from one good addition, which is the introduction of this hard breach denial, the Bandit and the Electra Claws. It will allow them to open up House Wall early thanks to all of those EMPs and those lifelines, but it still might be able to waste some more time front side than what we had before.
Well, bad news, the breach won't be fully open to be traversable, but good news for Black Dragons, you can at least hold an angle on it. And that's really all you want at the end of the day, right?
Especially if Nade pushes aggressively in Shrine like he did last time, you can cut off his rotation back to the site.
Oh. AZ's going to get lit up a little bit, yeah, and his main strategy, or his main game plan rather, really just hold down this Shrine side. Black Dragons trying to get a solid read on the situation before they push themselves forward. Still don't have the Blitz in the lineup, but don't necessarily need him. They have a lot of positive things working their way, and it really starts off with the Ashe as well as the Zofia coming in. A lot of soft destruction to break up flooring and other things, but this is where things start to go the way of Furia. A minute remaining. They're standing tall in their defensive setup, and not only that, but they have a pick on to Ask. The B's out, Felipox and KZ trying to work together to try and slow down Black Dragons here.
Felipox is playing his life. He's got one player right around the corner in Terrace. They're trying to bait Black Dragons into going for this pick, trying to commit, but Nux has also opened up that window and forced him off. But Felipox with that win makes it 5v3. It can just play his life, force out more time, but Hornet is able to shut him down. Down on the floor, but Black Dragons, a lot lower time, a lot less control. They had a 5v3 last time, but Florio, snapshot onto the Kiba barricade, neutralizes the advantage. Now slowly making their way, acquiring control in drum.
No way.
Hornet is on a heater, not losing fights with this R4C, and Nade is next on his hit list. But a double spray transfer gets Nade a 2-piece. Furia stop Black Dragons from seizing match point.
They blackball him in that round, man. That was something else. I mean, Black Dragons, it really looked like they were going to make a convincing bid to take away round 9, but instead, Furia, they make matters most when it comes down to the bomb site, and not only that, but the amount of time that they take away from Black Dragons. Again, this is the demon that you have to deal with on Skyscraper. You have to deal with this middle hallway and all this time delay that the defense can set up, because there's really no way to work in those backstab angles. There's no way to really catch the defense off guard. It's eventually going to come down to some heads-up gunfights and you hitting some shots. And we saw those out of Black Dragons, but we also saw those out of Furia, and they made it matter most in the dying moments of that round. So round 10 now at the helm here for Furia, as they will shift things back over to T in Karaoke to try and tie things up against Black Dragons. And man, do we have an interesting case on our hands here, Carter. 5 rounds already in Black Dragon's pocket. If they get a single round, that guarantees overtime. Furia need 3 perfect rounds. They need a perfect site rotation in order to take this in regulation.
with that loss on Office and Exhibition 2 rounds ago, T Karaoke, as you can see, is unlocked, but that means Barbecue is next if Furia win. One of the sites, one of the off sites is what we'll go to next. Black Dragons not only have an opportunity here to make it 6-4, but that tertiary site where we saw Furia get their first win on the attack will come next. There is a really, really good chance that Black Dragons, if they have the good attacks, if they fix those mistakes specifically from the previous T Karaoke round, could put Furia again in a really difficult spot by taking match point away from them. Nux sitting at the barricade. Sam and I both nervous with one player on the opposite side. It is Herds, not the low HP Nade, who will now move deeper into Office and Exhibition. Got a lot of holes made, both the exterior breach and interior walls to get aggressive, but nobody from Black Dragons, at least by my vision, really on that side. Instead, it's actually a really spread out attack right now, Sam. They are just probing for as much information as they can find.
Yeah, spread offense, spread defense of this entire top floor. No! JV92! He tries for the dunk, but he gets absolutely destroyed as Ask turns on a dime and just deletes him off the balcony. JV, it's the 9x19, my man. We got to get this under wraps.
I'm feeling a little scared now, especially as Herds and KZ, the latter tracked. Big trade by Herds, but it's a trade nonetheless. With JV92 falling, what? Nate is outside? Shooting one Claymore, what the hell is this? I mean, you basically can't make it back at this point. Nade will push further. Oh my god, they know it's a 2-player hold on site now. They know what to deal with, so Gudo will push up. Needs to win that fight, but KZ's head perfectly framed behind the Kiba barricade. Nade's gamble does not pay off. JV92's whip has bit Furia in the ass. Fellapox can't even win one! Match point again, the second time this series. Black Dragons, one more opportunity to box our world champs out.
Carter, the cooks are in the kitchen right now. Furia has been doing so much throughout this series. So many times they have gotten away with insane things up against some incredible squads. But this time around, I think they've overcooked the meal, my friend. I think this might be a little burnt, especially in that last round. A complete disillusion catches them off guard as they donate a smoke outside, and I think he gets one kill, but Black Dragons end up bullying Furia inside of the actual building. And let alone that fact, they still have the amount of bodies to just oversee that situation outside. Eventually, the smoke has to bring it back to Bear. He dies, but Black Dragons was already making the move. They realized, they recognized the play card, or they know the amount of bodies that can be on that bomb site now, and it's a maximum of 2. You don't have enough people to be able to watch all of the different ways that this can break down, and Black Dragons take full advantage of that situation. The ace works his way up Black stairs. He dusts that Furia member inside of T, and it all comes down to a lone soul inside of the bomb site to try and win out a round up against 4 hungry Black Dragons, and it does not work out. Black Dragons are the first ones to reach penultimate point, and what an insane map we have in front of us. It could be 1 round. It could be a crazy amount of rounds as well. We still have OT that could be in the works.
Still possible.
But man, am I worried for Furia. I'm more worried than I was on Nighthaven Labs.
Me too, to be honest. I mean, it's still a skyscraper attack, but as they've reached match point before, it was Furia who were able to put it to 6-5. Who had to force Black Dragons to push it to overtime that in the end was meaningless. But now it's Black Dragons who have got us to this point, who in round 10 have been able to put Furia again at risk of elimination from contention from the Montreal Major. Since Charlotte, this roster, this stack, has not missed an event. It might have changed things up, and this new 5 has only continued the trend. Montreal would be the first in a very long time that Furia would be absent. Black Dragons feeling the confidence now they might be on the disadvantage side, excuse me, as we just defend T Karaoke. as we defend one of the primary sites. Furia looking to get aggressive again on the office exhibition side, and Black Dragons, are you ready for it?
Well, with how they've been playing, man, I think they've collected all the Dragon Balls and made a wish. I'm telling you. It looks fantastic across the entirety of this LCQ. Just to put this in perspective for some of our people that do not watch Brazil a lot, Black Dragons is a team that didn't win a map the entire stage. They didn't do anything. They were the bottom of Brazil.
Best
and
result,
a lot of
OT
times,
loss.
yeah, and that's the craziest thing. They were able to somewhat get close sometimes, but no cigar every single time. And yet in this LCQ, Black Dragons have reinvented themselves. They did some soul searching, and it seems that they found something that is pretty crazy, something that could be the potential downfall of Furia, a team that just earlier this year lifted a hammer in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Sometimes it's about merit, sometimes it's about skill, sometimes you just got to get goddamn lucky, Carter. And Philippe Hawks, he's going to be on the receiving end of that luck.
Ask is giggling to himself right now. Breaks that barbed wire. Some more shots ring out from Black Stairs. The Black Dragons firmly in the advantage, not only with that 5v4, but he's got time to figure out where to lurk. The Fenrir goes on the hunt, but Ass can't be shot. He's impervious to damage. He's going for 3! Deagle out now. It seems like Furia might just be cooked. Nade and Herds bouncing back from poor performances. Need to close it out. It's a 1v5. On disadvantage attacks, it doesn't matter. Sao Paulo felt like a movie for Furia, but we all know the sequels tend to be worse. Black Dragons knock Furia out of the limelight and qualify for the Montreal Major.
What an incredible moment here for Black Dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, this team has not seen a major in 2 years. This organization has not been on an international stage in what feels like eons in esports time. And yet, this roster has just qualified to the Montreal Major. Welcome back to the caster desk, folks. What a crazy series we just witnessed. What an insane skyscraper we got to see with our own eyes. And hey, welcome to a piece of Siege history, folks. I'm happy that you're all here. I'm hopeful that you enjoyed it as much as we did, because Black Dragons, mind as sharp as attack, but heart of a dragon at the end of the day, Lynx. That took a lot of will, and they finally got this insane opponent out of their way. If things would have went the other way, man, we would have been thinking about Night Haven Labs time and time again every time we thought of this roster. But instead, they finally get it done. And not only that, they get it done against one of the biggest opponents, a Goliath of a roster in Brazil.
And, I mean, just to talk about some of the implications, that's our second to last team qualified to Montreal. Of course, we have LATAM later, but all the big 3 regions have sent their teams now. But that means at Montreal, if you have won an international title this year, aside from EWC, you're not there. Beast Coast, Manchester Major Champs, not there. Furia, World Champs, not there. First event they have missed in 2.5 years. Wow, what a win for Black Dragons. Congrats to them. And, I mean, what else can you say, Sam? What else can you say? Just an unbelievable run in the LCQ from last place to here.
Yeah, it just any way you cut it, any way you look at it, every single angle of this entire story from these 2 teams is just truly historic, especially for Furia. I know that they just lost this LCQ and that they will not be with us in Montreal. But guys, it cannot be understated how unbelievably difficult it is to stay on top in esports in general. Doesn't matter the game. Everybody is always looking towards you as that upper echelon team to not only learn from, but to take out as well. You are everybody's Super Bowl, Carter. And that's what we saw today. Black Dragons have their biggest moment in org history in what is quite some time. Congratulations to them. But once again, congratulations to Furia on an absolutely historic run in Rainbow Six Siege that we haven't seen since the likes of G2.
We haven't seen since the likes of G2, and this is where I'm gonna say it.
Hey, you gotta.
the run is over. I don't think maybe if they were to come back and win SI, somebody could make an argument, but I think they have, and when it comes to the legacy, when it comes to the culture, they are not the best team of all time. G2 were able to lift that hammer under Penta, win a second SI, but make events consistently. But top 8 in Manchester was good, but missing Montreal entirely. We can maybe reopen the book, depending on what happens at SI 25. But I think the war for the legacy, the war for that title of greatest team of all time has lost. And Furia are not it.
Yeah, somewhere in the world right now, Pengu and Fabian are popping a bottle of champagne and lighting some cigars as their legacy stands the test of time once again in what they created. And again, there's a reason why we always have these comparisons to that roster and that we have praised Furia for so unbelievably long, guys. And it's the fact that this stuff does not happen. It just simply doesn't. In sports in general, having this level of consistency, this kind of run, Carter, is just something that you don't see. So that's why we have to give them their flowers in a moment like this. But Carter put it best, guys. The run has come to an end. We can maybe open up another chapter later on down the line, but we're not going to get to see any of that until February of 2025. Furia's year, 2024, has closed on a pretty sad chapter for our hammer lifters.
It has, but we will end it on a especially positive note. Congrats to Black Dragons. Incredibly good performance and a bounce back from the regular season. Really, really good stuff. Very happy. But of course, that is it for Sam and I. Thank you all for watching. We do have Jacob and Ann with an interview ready for you to hear from our victors, Black Dragons.
Maybe.
No, thanks, gentlemen. Really appreciate the effort that you put into that one. And congratulations again to Black Dragons. Charlotte, Berlin, Jönköping, Laval, Copenhagen, Atlanta, Sao Paulo, Manchester. The streak for Furia ends at 8 consecutive events. And Black Dragons are going back to a major for the first time since Jönköping at the back end of 2022 with a completely different lineup, by the way. And if memory serves me correctly, the last time Ask at an event the Jönköping major, or did he also go to SI that year? I don't remember.
He also went to SI.
Yeah,
he also went to SI, but I'm pretty sure it's not something he necessarily wants to talk about, similar to Jönköping either. So,
yeah, fair play. Congratulations to BD. We were on the edge of our seats the whole time. The amount of times we were sitting back wondering when BD were going to close things out, the amount of rounds that came down to split-second decision-making, or wondering what on earth got into Furia in those last 2 rounds. You should have been in the green room listening to us while we were going through all of it. But we can't really talk much more about it. We'd rather let Ask do the talking for us. We put him in the interviewer's chair for this game. Hey, Ask, how's it going, dude? Congratulations. Hello. Tell me what you're feeling right now that you qualified for another major. How does it feel inside?
Oh, bro, I can't describe what I'm feeling, but it's great to be back to the major championships. The last championship, major championship I was is the SI. So after that, I got kicked by Liquid, but that's okay. I don't have any issues with him, and that's great. That's great. The awesome feeling.
Awesome. Well, Parabéns, congratulations. I'm very happy for you to make it back to the international stage. This was a super close series, especially Nighthaven Labs. It came down to milliseconds. How did you manage to recover with the team afterwards?
After that, this defuse, I only tell my players to, God gives us a battle, then we can face it. So let's go to the next map and let's do what we do. That's it.
Because you've been to international events before, you played with Liquid, you were in a grand final of a major before, were the guys on Black Dragons leaning on you for experience and support? Were you giving them pep talks or encouragement? Did they have to rely on you because you're the veteran and this is their first time making a major?
Yeah, I am the captain of my team. So, but after the captain, his father of my team. These guys is my child, so I care of them all the time, and that's great to be a major with him.
Oh, I love that. Very cute. You're going to Montreal. Is there any team in specific that you are really looking forward to playing against?
Yeah, J2 and Liquid.
Hey!
I see why.
You see.
Yeah. G2 to get the old world champions off, Liquid to beat your old team. That one's going to be fun if that one happens for sure. Man,
G2 is for my friend Veto, Loira, and so it's great to see he in Montreal too. So I have to hug him.
When the stage ended, the regular season, and you went 0-9 and didn't win any games, and then to go through qualifiers, you won every game in qualifiers and then won almost every map in the LCQ. What do you think was the biggest change from the regular stage and then winning all of these maps in a row to qualify? What do you think was the biggest change for Black Dragons?
Man, absolutely. The biggest change is we found our way to play. We have on the stage, we have some struggles, issues on all the stage. But after that, we talk too much with each other, and we resolve some problems, and just find our way to play. That's great, man. So.
All right. Well, dude, again, congratulations on this. It's got to be a big moment it's a big moment for you, but it's a bigger moment for the guys on your team for whom this is the first time they're qualifying to LAN. Is there anything you'd like to say to Black Dragons country before we let you go?
Only thanks for our support to my team, to all the fans, and that's it. Let's go to Montreal.
That's the right answer, brother. Again, congratulations. We'll see you in Canada. Until then, take care. Soak this in.
Bye. Thank you.
Wow. I think that's kind of it. I don't have any other analysis to offer, anything else positive to say. It's been said. Sam and Carter ran out of things to say close to the end themselves. And is there anything else that you want to say about this generational run that we just saw Black Dragons pull off?
Yeah, this was just absolutely insane to see a team, like when we started with the LCQ and we considered every single map they took in this bracket to be an upset, to then go and face the former world champions, the current world champions if you may, and defeat them in a series that could have been a 2-0, but ended up being a 2-1. That is a statement. I am so excited to see what they can do in that international play. And yeah, it's huge for Ask. He goes back to that international play after SI 2023. He's got some things to be put right. As he said, you know, he wants to play against G2. His former teammate is on that roster. He wants to play against Liquid. That was a team that he got kicked by. There's a lot for him to be done on that international stage, but not just him. We talked about Hornet. He's been playing this game competitively since 2019. That is 5 years, and he hasn't made it to an international event now. Now is his time. He gets to go to an international event. Florio has been playing since 2020, and then for Nox and Gudo, they've been playing for just a year and a half, so very impressive for them to already be able to make it to an international event. That interview was super wholesome. It is just a Cinderella story for this roster.
This scoreboard goes hard. I don't care if Black Dragons don't make it any further than this point. If they were to lose out in Montreal, take a picture of this scoreboard, hang it above your bed, and look at it every night to remind yourselves how far you came in such a short amount of time to cap off what was a fantastic LCQ run by knocking off the current world champions, breaking an 8 LAN attendance streak for the Panthers. It's a huge deal for everybody on BD. One final look at the bracket. We knew Furia had a little bit of a struggle at the very beginning. We did not estimate how much of a struggle it was going to be when Black Dragons, of all teams, went through the bottom end of the bracket, through E1, through VKS, and through the most recent Hammer Lifters. This is an absolutely ridiculous future that Black Dragons have now just entered.
I can only imagine that it must feel like for them like as if they just grabbed that major or that hammer as well in this case. But what a massive performance, what a roller coaster of emotions this game was as well. I think that map 2 probably could go down in history as one of the closest games with the craziest decider all the way at round 15. And then they showed it once again on Skyscraper, especially with those entries. Ask in that last round, he was so important on that knock, really created the opening for his team. And I think from there on, everyone understood it's over. Black Dragons are going to the major.
Well, it's yours and I's last broadcast for the regular season for 2024, and the floor is yours. Anything that you'd like to say before we get the heck out of here? Now's the time.
I'm not sure. I mean, I really enjoyed being back in Brazil. It is one of the best regions in Rainbow Six Siege, and it keeps on showing that. I think in general as well, I just tried to do the quick maths, not good at it under pressure. But I did see we have about 10 different teams that we're sending to the major as of a whole in comparison to what we did with Manchester. So the stage is wide open for all these teams, especially in the context of SI. And I just love to see Siege be so competitive.
It's going to be a lot of fun. That's 19 teams now confirmed for Montreal. We're not 100% done with qualifications, though. We've still got the LATAM LAN finals taking place tonight. 3 teams in contention for the one lone squad that's going from Latin America all the way up north to Montreal. That's being decided in just a couple of hours, so hang around on Twitch for a little while longer in order to catch the action to figure out who is going to be going to Montreal on the same day that Black Dragons knock off the current world champions. Thank you very much for joining us for the Brazilian LCQ, and the next time this channel's live after Latin America is for the major in Montreal. For Sam Stewart, Carter Hannefeld, and Jensen, and our whole broadcast crew in Sao Paulo, I'm Caliber Jacob saying so long for Stage 2.